Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Oh, people, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hold on a second. Go ahead. Look at it now, Kevin. Mic check. Them say no sound. Oh, yes, yes. All right, everybody can hear me. All right, good, 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 good. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, family, welcome, 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 welcome. I'm going to start by big up a couple of the people. Beverly, ACLB, J Master Songwriter, Miss B, Elaine Turner. How you do? Who else there? Let me see. Youngs at NS at N. Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Carla Ebanks. Yeah. Sharon Clarke, Don Mill, Donna Whitaker, Jeanette Letts, Van Johnson. I think I'm Sharon Clarke, Miriam Miller, Gwendolyn Hall, JP, P. Richards, Lee Riss, big up yourself. Danette Wainwright, Jeffrey Warrell, Danette, hold on, let me talk to Kevin, people, man. All right. Don't talk to Kevin. Well, enough worry with Kevin then, no. Kevin there right, yeah. All right. Let me see. Wendy Gray, Evie, Only B22, mega, megawatt. Yes. Norman Montague, Lap School Chip, big up yourself. Big J64, Carl Allen, Doris McCoy, Walk Like a Champion, they bought the place. TM Rose, Nerine Dennison, Serene Sue, Carol Banton, Paulette MacArthur, Anthony R. Who they are? Norman Walker, Lisa Six, Carol Banton, Janet Chicory. Think I mentioned Sharon Clarke, but Sharon Clarke, who else? Christopher Lawman, Melford Campbell, Kathleen C., Steve Campbell, D. Marie, Winston Richards, Zolita, Joe Blogs, big up yourself, Merlin Mollison, Paulette Francis, Valerie Alexander, Steve Campbell, Gene Royalty, Lorene Lawrence, Kathleen C., Don White, Yvonne Johnson, Charmaine, JNL, John Scott, Gene Royalty, Huber Brown, Wayne Evans, Don James, Andy Briam, Montague James, G. Angel, Jeffrey Gray, Firetosh, Chosen Claudette, Real Black Woman, CM Saw, Ingrid Cook, Jenny H. I Served, Clint Chambers, Dennis Hart, The Truth, Kenneth. All right, big up on yourself, everybody. Listen, thanks for being here. It's a wonderful Saturday afternoon, and you could have been anywhere else, but you've chosen to come around here and listen to what we have to say, and also to participate. Again, welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube with yours truly, the Rebel, Will Rattigan. Now, Prezi will be late. Isat, I'm not sure if he'll make it, and Kevin is here with us. So, the crew there, all right? The remainder of the crew will be here. Now, come Reason with Rattigan, the program where I'm your guest and you're the hosts and the hostesses. It continues to grow like you won't believe, from strength to strength. And this past Wednesday, we talked about the shocking state of corruption in our country and spent a fair amount of time discussing the role and the responsibility of the GG, the Governor General. Some of you were surprised about certain revelations concerning the GG. Well, brace yourself because there's more to come. Now, Ubuntu, big up yourself. Now keep me up on the chat while I do the monologue here. Now, by special request and popular demand, I will restart the education of our people regarding the Constitution and their rights, because we realize that a lot of you out there, you don't know what your rights are. You've never read the Constitution. You don't know what's in it. And then people talk to you a lot about it, and you can't really provide a response except what you heard somebody say. So we're going to restart that. The government created a new ministry. I think in January, it will be 2 years old. January or February, somewhere around there. Early next year, it will be 2 years old. It's called the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. And they have basically two mandates. One is to amend the Constitution, and the other is to teach our people about legal matters concerning the Constitution. They have more, but those are the two major ones. Now, the ministry under the stewardship of Minister Marlene Malahoo Fort. Again, as I said, it's been in existence for almost 2 years, and it is a dismal failure. It is another example of waste, abuse, and mismanagement of taxpayers' funds. On several occasions, they bragged that they would go anywhere to discuss their constitutional amendment endeavors, what they were doing with the Constitution. They said, we'll go anywhere. We'll go on any platforms. We'll come to your school. We'll come to your church. We'll come to your communities. We can go online. We can do it. We're available to discuss these issues with you. I took them up on their offer and invited them to our corner right here, Reason with Rattigan, on a Saturday. Dr. Spence, who's in charge of one of the subcommittees, outreach, she mentioned the invitation on one of their virtual town hall meetings, but they have stayed away. My recollection is that she said, oh, Mr. Rattigan is inviting us to come on this program. I won't be available, but members, feel free. Nobody no call me, and I put my contact details in the chat. Why is it that they haven't reached out to us? As Bob said, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time, especially the people around here. Them can't fool we. No time, no way, no deal. Them can't fool we. Because we are prepared. We're not going to ask them a fool question so them can give us some answers where basically unresponsive. No, when we form our questions around here, when we formulate our questions, there's nowhere to go. The guardrails have been set. So you have to travel within the guardrails. You can't go over the guardrails. And so it's unlikely they'll come here. We're begging them to come because we want them to explain to all of you what is it that they're doing, what is it they're trying to achieve, how they're going about doing it, what mistakes have been made, how if they had a chance to do it over there would do all of these things. But they don't want to come. So, in addition to criticizing the government, criticizing the minister, criticizing the ministry, criticizing the panel, that the amendment panel that they have, we are going to do something about their shortcomings, because we just don't criticize around here. It's not enough to criticize. You have to have a plan. You have to have an alternative. And so we are going to start class around here, something that they should have done. Yes, Antonia, if you stand up for nothing, you'll fall for anything. So on a regular basis around here, we will be joined by legal practitioners and experts, luminaries in the field, examining the Constitution. We will bring awareness and clarity to constitutional issues and their impact on you. And so next week, we will start with the structure of government under the Constitution. And we will focus on the monarchy and the Governor General. We did a program a while back on the Governor General, but since then, more information has come to light. So we're going to update it. And for those of you who did not see that program, you don't have to go back and watch it or search for it. It's coming to you next week. And if you didn't see the first program, you are going to be very, very surprised. You're going to say, me never know this is going on. And you're right. Never know that is going on, because it was not intended for you to know what is going on. So, did independence in 1962, did it grant us freedom? Or did it make us free to be dumb? That's the question. So tune in next week for that segment. Actually, tune in for the whole program. But if for no other reason, you have to come for this segment, because we are going to show you how affected you are without even knowing it. If you are a taxpayer in Jamaica, we are going to show you how affected you are by the Governor General and his role and his responsibility. People tell you, oh, it's ceremonial. BS. He's acting like it's ceremonial. And at the same time, there are some things happening to you, the taxpayers, you're not aware of. We're going to make you aware. Now, moving on. Last Saturday, Miss Tamnika Thomas, TT, as she's affectionately known around here. She's from Risson Primary Care in Brooklyn, New York. She came and she talked to us about weight management, you're fat, obese, and a very lively conversation ensued. Today, we are going to be joined by the man behind the program, Mr. Richard Crookson. He'll be our first guest. He'll be here shortly. We will also be joined by Jessie Files from a remittance company called Sendwave. It's an alternative to MoneyGram and Western Union. Now, they did a presentation for me this week. I listened and I found it quite interesting. Today, I'd like you to listen and make your own decision. They're very transparent. At least they were with me. And I trust that they will with you. And you can ask your questions in the chat and we can go from there. But it's an alternative to MoneyGram and Western Union. Many of you in the diaspora, Jamaican diaspora, are in receipt of information indicating that the incoming U.S. administration, President Trump, well, he's president-elect right now, but President Trump's administration, they're planning to deport you, whether you are an illegal immigrant, green card holder, or a naturalized citizen. Well, immigration attorney extraordinaire, my sister-in, my colleague, Shernette Noyes, not Nice, Noyes, N-O-Y-E-S. Actually, her surname is Giron, D-E-G-I-R-O-N, 2 words. Her maiden name is Shernette Noyes, but she will be here to clarify this concerning issue. And I've done some research on the matter as well. So she really don't need my assistance, but I'll chime in whenever necessary. Now, I'm going to ask all of you, and I ask all of you every week, please share the purpose of this program. Not just the name, but tell people about the purpose of the program and do it freely and widely. At its core, it is about educating our people and encouraging the change we seek for Jamaica. Malcolm X said it best. Quote, education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. I repeat, end of quote. Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepared for it today. So, get educated today in order to face and deal with the future. So, from me to you, let's get busy preparing our people for the future, because God knows we need the preparation. Moving right along. Relax with the rebel. Tonight, oh, see me, I know. But as me, I call him name, him show up, see me. People see me, I know. Kevin, where you there? I am that. No, tonight, I will be competing with Kevin. You hear that? I will be competing with Kevin, but it's not a clash. It will be for your energy and your stamina, because I will be playing club dance music from the 80s and 90s. The one that come after disco, a little bit slower than disco. Yeah. And I guarantee that you'll be dancing and singing along, because you know most, if not all, of the songs. You know them. No matter your age group, you've heard them, you know them. So take your vitamins early and get ready for a fun-filled 2 hours with The Rebel at midnight on no other station but Reggae Global Radio. And then, people, then get some rest in preparation for one of the moments you've been waiting for. Because DJ Kevin Stew and I return tomorrow on Reggae Global Radio for the second installment of Easy Like Sunday with the Rebel. You don't have much time, but I'd like you to shout it out. Shout it out from the valley to the mountaintop that tomorrow from 2 to 4 p.m., DJ Kevin Stew and I will be joined by a VVIP. I don't know what that means. You know, you have VIP. See him there. But they don't have VVIP. VVIP, very, very important person. For those of you who are not aware, Kingston 11 was and is the hotbed of reggae music. Kingston 11. More reggae artists hail from Kingston 11 than anywhere else. Me put my money upon that. I've been talking to people in the music industry, and this is what I've been told. Some of these artists I'm going to mention, I know them. Personally, some of them, I know them through a connection, and some of them, you just know them from afar. But from Kingston 11, you have artists like Shabba, Bunty, Beanie, Anthony B, Elephant Man, Daddy Uri, Black Uhuru. By the way, Black Uhuru, first reggae Grammy went to Kingston 11, Black Uhuru. Michael Rose, who is one of the founding members, lead singer for Black Uhuru. I was told that Bob and they come from around a Waterhouse. And by the way, some of these people, them come from Waterhouse, but some of them didn't remain in Waterhouse. Them left, you know. Rankin Trevor, me know Rankin Trevor. I live on Binge Road, me live on Dilston Avenue, 1 street over. Half Pint, Junior Reed, Don Carlos, Super Cat, Admiral Bailey, Josie Wales, Vibes Cartel. Me never know Kevin say Vibes come from Waterhouse. He come from Dudden the Road. Madam tell me last night, said, yeah, everyone that's him come from.
Yeah.
Tenant Stitchy, Mr. Benji, Wheeling Soul, Mighty Diamonds, and the G's, Kojak and Mother Liza, Light Park, Slide Down Bar, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Kingston 11 people. So, not to mention sound system like King Tubby's, Jammies, Heatwave, Exquisite, Excalibur, and again the list goes on and on and on and on and on. Now, our VVIP tomorrow afternoon is a man who was at the forefront of it all. This man is from Waterhouse. He's one of the most successful and renowned producers of reggae music and artists in the entire world. This man guided reggae music into the computer age. This man is revered globally for his contributions, past and present, to our music. Just last week, because I've been talking to him now for several weeks, just last week, this man completed another successful tour of Germany, the Netherlands, and the UK. I have known this man personally since the 70s, when my brethren, Jonathan Clarke, I hope you might listen wherever I'm there, used to fix this man's car on Ashoka Road. And by the way, Ashoka Road was recently renamed as Shelley and Fraser Price Drive. And the mechanic I just mentioned, Jonathan Clarke, that's Shelley-Ann's granduncle. Panashuka Road, where we used to play football and cricket. When Jana fix all of the big man them car, including this man a car, we play football and cricket right round the car them. In the middle of Ashoka Road, man a play cricket up at the top, man a play football, down at the bottom, man a play football. Now, I have gone to King Tubby's studio with the CM mechanic, Jonathan, and watch this man, our VVIP, behind the mixing board. I remember when he was regarded as a talented engineer, producer. I remember when he became Prince, and I watched him ascend the throne to become king. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about none other than the legendary producer, King Jammy, from Firehouse. Now, we have at Waterhouse, we call them jammies, with the S. But people, and then the sound is the apostrophe S, the sound system, King Jammies. But it sounds weird for me to say jammy, because we just say jammies. So I saw it go. Now, we have another treat for you the following Sunday. Next week, Sunday. On that day, we will present to you one of King Jammy's contemporaries, another world-renowned reggae producer, a man I met in Waterhouse. He's not from Waterhouse, but was there frequently because he used the same mechanic as King Jammy. Anybody, and almost everybody who owned a Triumph motor car in those days used to come through and get them car fixed by Jonathan Clarke. No joke. The top of Ashuka Road full of Triumph. That I was in garage. He couldn't fix them in the yard and fix them on the street. And we have play football and I run around the car them. Right? Now, like King Jammy, this producer is responsible for producing many, many, many hit tunes. And you want to hear them because when them come out, we're going to play the tune, them. And those of you who don't know these people, you're going to say, right, you never know some of them man that they're behind the music. Like King Jammy is responsible for changing the beat, the lyrics, the mix, the style, and the direction of reggae music. So tune in next Sunday for more. And just know that we have lots more in store. It's not a 2-week wonder. It's not tomorrow and the week after. Kevin and I are talking. We have a problem right now as to how we are going to fit in everybody because the word got out and everybody start calling us now. Whole heap of artists, whole heap of DJs, producers, promoters, them want to be a part of it. A man called me, big up yourself, Tony British. Tony British called me yesterday or the day before. And Tony British bring on a whole heap of man on the line. And every man has a Ratty want to come on the program. Whole heap of artists. Whole heap, me I tell you. Me don't want to offend nobody because, me don't want to put nobody coming before. You know what I say? Because someone might say, why you put them on there before me? I think that's the problem we have now. We have a problem of abundance, not shortage. Because everybody want to come on.
It's a good problem.
And remember, people, Kevin and I said that we're going to do this every other week. Well, I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to work out. But this is a Richard Day, I know. And let me just run through a few things before we bring him on. Condolences to Tamnika Thomas, TT, our girl from Risson, on the passing of her beloved grandmother. May the Almighty comfort and strengthen her family as they go through this period of mourning. And may grandma's soul rest in eternal peace.
Amen.
Let's continue to keep the prayers going for Papa Trevor, Ma P, Ma Jean, Uncle Moulton, Mildred, Desmond, Joanna Marie, Paul Sasidiba, Mrs. Nelson, Bob D'Souza. Brethren, see, you called me yesterday. Forgive me, I'll touch base with you today, Bob. I'll touch base with you today. Barry, hope your elbow feel better. Bonnie Jump, big up yourself. Mr. Baxter and Fittis, the hardest dread. We'll keep all them people in our prayers. Big up our ambassadors and our supporters. Big up producer June. We're looking forward to the day when you, producer June, will step out of the shadows. Everybody there are waiting for you. One last thing before we bring on Richard, let me just say, honor apologetically and without any reservation that if you visit any of my programs, Reason with Rattigan, Relax with the Rebel, Easy as Sunday with the Rebel, and Come Reason with Rattigan, if you visit any of those programs, don't come with any negativity. If you come with any negativity, any face to chat, any distraction, any foolishness, you will be summarily discharged. You have been warned. We're not giving no chances around here. We have important work to do, and we don't want any distraction when we are teach our people, and our people are give you the responses and the feedback and challenge us now to come even harder. This is a learning experience. We don't need no people. We don't need to look out on a window when we're supposed to pay attention to the teacher and the classboard and the blackboard. And the teacher in this case is all away. We are provide something, but we not come back and we not ask questions, and that will force us now, to dig even deeper. And we know sometimes we won't have the answers. So that's why we don't really need no distraction. right? If you don't want chance, like somebody, if you don't want chance, go buy balloon. I don't know how much I want to remember the balloon chance. I don't know if it still exists, but it's a Garrison thing. It's a
Long
ghetto
time that.
thing, you know. If you don't want me explain it to one of them there, yeah, I can explain it to you. But if you don't want a chance, you don't go buy balloon. Don't come around here, Carl. There'll be no chances. And we have some strict monitors in the chat, yeah. And monitors, no chances at all. Any distraction, wipe them out immediately. Wipe them out. Kevin Stew, over to you,
No,
sir.
no, I want it to be clear. An opposing concept or idea is not the same as.
But now you're Kevin.
Turn on your thing, man, because everybody else hear me.
Kevin.
Yeah, you not hear me. Fix your thing. You hearing me in the headphone? You hearing me in the headphone?
Go ahead.
I don't know what to use an error.
You're very low.
Use an error to people.
You're very low.
But I loud on the broadcast.
No, go ahead. I can't hear you now to the headset. I can't hear you without it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. So a distraction is not an opposing view. An opposing view tells us where you stand with your ideas. When you come with disrespect and you call people out of them name and you make it a political thing, then that is more of a distraction. Stick to the facts, stick to the issue at hand, and raise your opposition to the material that is being presented. Ask the questions on that. Don't just come with some idea that you have in your head or something that somebody tell you down the road. Once you start being literally disrespectful, calling people out of them name, making it political, then yes, it's about beg for somebody last week and them never make it. That just goes to share. It's not that Ratty don't respect me. Right, it's just that him don't respect what you did. So you're out and I can't help you. Again, greetings and salutations to everybody. Carol, yes, I was at Jerkfest. I was the guy that made people see what was going on the screens, the culinary screen. I was on the camera that was shooting that culinary screen, and on the main stage, I was the guy on the camera presenting the main stage to everybody. So, I spoke with Chef Reese. I was supposed to connect with him with some other information and just things happening. But yes, Carl, I was there. Big ups to everybody else. Saturday Stew is on right at 8 o'clock. Remember that. The night shift to DJ Kevin Stew, Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, kevinstew.com. This week I'm live on Wednesday with Real Talk. So come with your thinking caps and your open minds for that. And the vibes continues. Looking forward to tomorrow. The Rebel and the King Jammy. Yeah, and boy, I'm gonna tell you, I have my connections with Waterhouse too. That was where my father was born and raised. When King Tubby's built his first box, my father was one of his little assistants, along with King Tubby's little brother. So I have my connections there. Literally, one of King Tubby's first lawns that he played on was my grandmother's front yard. Literally, at 1 Savitri Road. And you know that spot, Ratty. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that I have my connections to Waterhouse. So I'm looking forward to this. You know, it's always good to get the history.
Right. Yes, indeed. We all are. Folks, without further ado, we have Mr. Richard Crookson, the gentleman behind Risson in Brooklyn, New York. Today, he's here to talk about weight management. And we're not talking about WAIT, as if to be patient, you know. We're talking about weight, pounds, kilos, that we're talking about. So, without further ado, here is Mr. Crookson. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Kevin, can you hear?
Bless up, Richard. Yeah, man, hearing you loud and clear.
I must have me had a problem. A user error, I guess so. So, Richard, welcome.
Yeah,
No,
that's
last
okay.
week, right?
Uh,
We had TT on, and she did a fantastic job in prepping us for what's to come with you.
okay.
And she was talking about people wanting to lose weight and um, how you guys go about doing it in a responsible manner, not just giving people medication and getting them hooked on it, but actually doing like the prep work, like the blood work, and then you combine it with diet and exercise and all of that good stuff. So the floor is open. Let me start with the question that Kevin asked last week. Let me steal Kevin's thunder. Kevin said to her, I said, listen, all right, I come and I fat and I want to be have a body like when I was 20. Words to that effect.
Okay.
So I'm in the office sitting down and I say, boy, Doc, you want, boy, now I whip a weight. Give me my life back to when me turn the clock back to when I was 20. What's your response?
All right. So, actually, one of the most common, one of the most severe issue that we have seen in this community. Well, we have been serving this community for about 14 years. And one of the most pervasive and prevalent condition that is seen in our practice is obesity. You know, obesity is a chronic multifactorial disease. I could say that it's suitable to say that it's a healthcare crisis in our community. It's been linked to a number of complications such as we know diabetes, infertility, high blood pressure, heart disease, certain type of cancers, even stroke, fatty liver disease, high cholesterol, even sleep apnea. And even arthritis and osteoarthritis, which we know that gives rise to mobility issue. So some of the common cause of obesity, we know that it's genetics. If your mother fat, you are fat. So, if your father fat, maybe you turn out fat too. These are some of the the common cause. Also food intake and eating disorders also contribute to obesity. And some of the risk factors are unhealthy diet, sedentary lifestyle, drugs, pregnancy. You want to quit smoking, you find that you may gain some weight. Even lack of sleep. And also hereditary issues that may also play a part in it. So seeing this type of prevalence of obesity and its complication, we saw walking through our door, and we felt compelled. We were called to action to do something about it because we've been serving this community, and it was from the stuff that we have mentioned earlier. It was creating for our community a serious health issue. So as I said, that we were called to action. So we got together and look at the latest studies and research coming out of Stanford University, and from this, we develop a program formulated evidence-based practices. Some of the best outcomes that we can put together. We put it together for our patients. So to answer your question, my brother, it's over the past 5 decades we have seen diets come and gone. We have we still keep searching for the right means to lose weight, and despite all of these diets, it, we're still getting fatter and fatter. We're still gaining weight. America is gaining weight. So you know, we decided to, you know, we need to do something about it. And the program that we have developed, huh? What's that?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. And the program that which we have developed is an exciting, successful story. You know, we boast a 91% success rate, and the reason for that is we focus on the maintenance of, you know, I'm getting some kind of feedback. I don't know why. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, okay. All right. So as I said that you know, we boast a 91% success rate, and the reason for that is what we focus on. You know, we also help find, you know, for our patients, we also help find the sweet spot, you know, something that they can work with, you know, to maintain their weight, you know, when they've lost their weight. So, you know, the programs that we have is individually, you know, tailored to each patient. So, you know, it's a pretty decent, successful program. We're proud of it. So, if you, you know, if you want to lose weight just for aesthetic reasons, right? You know, you're, you know, metabolically healthy. You know, you can, you know, we have a program for you. If you want to lose weight due to, you know, being metabolically unhealthy, in poor health, we also have the right program for you. So, you know, the thing is, we work with you. You know, as I said that, you know, this is a serious and pervasive disease, you know, that gives rise to other conditions, and you know,
So, let me ask you a question. So, if I walked in the office, right, just following up on the hypothetical I gave you,
okay,
I guess your answer would be, if I walk in and say, "Look, you know, take me back 20 years ago in terms of my weight," the answer would be, "Well, we have to do some testing on you. We have to do some family history thing. We have to look at your lifestyle. We have to look at all of these things." So you wouldn't be able to just say, you wouldn't just write a prescription and just say, "Go take this and you lose the weight." You'd have me sit down there and say, "Okay, tell me about your lifestyle. Tell me about your family history. Tell me about this. Tell me about that." And then you do some blood work. Is that what would happen?
right, exactly. Actually, what would happen is that, you know, your listening audience, you know, when they come into this practice, you know, they're not for worry. We won't ask them for their poop. We won't ask them for their DNA, but we do need some blood work to really see what's going on metabolically. You know, because I mean, obesity can derive from, you know, thyroid issue. It can derive from just high cholesterol. It can derive from so many different diseases. You know, especially when, as I mentioned before, it can also, you know, I mean, if you're metabolically unhealthy, it can cause a lot of problems. You know, so you know, yeah.
Kevin?
You know, the concept of blessings again, Richard. The concept of walking in for a solution and getting more questions might be off-putting to some, but do you guide with the importance of knowing what is going on with family history and the reasons for the blood work and stuff? You know, the person who is afraid of the needles, do you have a phlebotomist there, or you send them out to a lab to go and get the tests done and you just get the results? So
Well, actually,
I know that's two different things I asked, but
you know, I mean, we have a laboratory here. Also, some other lab work that we may not perform here in this office, in this practice, but we send it out to you know, those like a Quest or by reference. You know, get the results back in about a couple of days, and then we go through it. It's not just Kevin. It's not just labs. The blood work we look at. We look at lifestyle. We look at, you know, work. We look at, you know, different factors that may be contributing to you know, how your diet is. And, you know, the thing about it is that, you know, I've seen, you know, individuals who weigh about, men weigh about 145 pounds with their cholesterol shooting through the roof. And sometimes you know, we have to fix that first, even though he's not obese, but, you know, I mean, there's all type of stuff that may contribute to, you know, obesity. And the thing is, we have to take all of these factors and put it together and see and formulate a plan, you know, and how we're gonna move forward, how we're gonna proceed in getting some weight off before it becomes an issue, you know, for a patient. Because you know, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, some of these diseases are serious disease, and the thing about it is that, you know, what we also focus on is prevention. Prevention is a primary care medical office. You know, we work on prevention. You know, we try to avoid you getting to the point where we have to actually fix it. you
Right.
know, so just like them say, prevention is better than cure. You know, and you know, heart disease is a serious thing. Cancer is a serious thing. Stroke is a serious thing. And the thing is about, you know, even some of these patients, you know, when they came in, you know, they were in bad shape. You know, I have a success story about one of our patients who was, I think she was about 425 pounds, and we've been working with her for about 5 years now. And now she's at, I think, 260. She was here last week, about 265. You know, she didn't want to go through with the bariatric diets, you know, the surgery. You know, she wanted to do
Yeah.
it. And no, you know, luckily, I mean, you know, even though she didn't want to go through the knife, I mean, go, you know, do the knife, have surgery. But, you know, a lot of, she's an older woman, and, you know, she has swollen skin. So she was having complications of, you know, some skin issues, you know, some fungal issues. And we have to, you know, get rid of that you know, some of that skin. So, you know, but the success, the point of the matter is that, you know, she has lost over 200 pounds, you know, being on this program that we, you know, that we have implemented for her in particular. You know, yes, she has, you know, we have sometimes at some point for about 2 or 3 months, we hit the wall, you know, we couldn't get over the slump. And we just went back to some of the research and stuff like that, and, you know, developed another program that, you know, within that program, and, you know, we were able to scale, you know, the challenges that presented with her weight issue. And now she's at what, 260, I think 265 or 267. Continue to go. Her goal is 190, about 195, you know, and we're close to it, you know. And then we have a 6-month window for her, you know. Maybe we'll get it before, maybe we'll hit it, you know, probably a couple of months afterwards. But, you know, we're getting there. You know, that's just one of
Okay.
our.
And you said this from 425 to 65
265
in 3 years
in about 5 years.
with no surgery.
No surgery. The thing is, you know, what's interesting about that is that any patient that comes to me that is over a certain weight, you know, my recommendation, like, say, for example, at 275 or 300, you know, my recommendation is bariatric surgery. You know, there are different types of bariatric surgery, but she insisted, and we worked with her. We, you know, we worked with her, although it was going to be a challenge, you know, and, you know, getting there, she was ambitious. She wanted to lose the weight. She was getting older, and also, you know, one of the primary issue with her was mobility. You understand? I mean, we in almost 400 pounds. Excuse me, we in almost 400 pounds. You know, and carrying, I mean, carrying so much weight, and, you know, being that age, you know, caused some serious problem, joint issues, and all type of osteoarthritis, and, you know, other stuff.
Right.
Richard, somebody in the Maria's products is asking, where are you located?
Well, we're located on New York Avenue and Avenue H in Brooklyn. You know, it's an easy find. Just type in Risson Primary Care.
Yeah, Risson Primary Care on the corner of
Yeah.
New York Avenue and Avenue H.
Yeah.
Right. And people, if you're wondering how come I know the address, I used to live in that building. Richard occupies an office on the ground floor, but I used to live in the building years ago, long time ago. So that's where we are. Another question is, what are the lab tests for initial diagnosis?
Well, the initial diagnosis is not a lab test. It's just putting you on the scale and see how much you weigh. If your BMI is above 32, we go, after that number, 32.
Tell them what BMI is.
Oh, I'm sorry, body mass index.
And what does that mean?
Well, it means that, body mass, good question. I used to know the definition for that long time ago, but unfortunately I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
But
essentially it's the amount of fat you have.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. And there is correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's a standard, right? That you say if you're like this age, this weight, this age, this height, right, you're supposed to have this amount of body fat. And if you go above that, then whatever
right.
Whatever it is,
anything that is below 28 would be considered, there's a variation for men and women, but anything that is below 28 is considered normal. However, anything above 29, 30, and 32, we start to intervene.
What's the weight of the heaviest patient you've ever dealt with?
425.
That's the same person you just mentioned.
Also, we have quite a number of 325 pounder. We have 275. A gentleman just signed up for the program. He's 254, and it was all stomach. He's heavy set in his legs and so on, but you could see that his girth, his waistline is pretty, that is a definite. When you talk about heart disease, that's the number one killer in the world, and heart disease is the number one killer in America. So this is something that we talk to him and just encourage him, and he eventually signed up.
Before Kevin asks his question, let me just slide this one in. Andrea, for me, I think it's a good point that she's making. I don't know how you would address this, but she says, how much fat you have on you. The point she's making is that it's sometimes not cultural, but sometimes it's based on race, and sometimes what part of the world you live in, because in some parts of the world we know that women carry their weight in their hips or buttocks, right? And so she's saying, you can't really use the BMI thing. She said the BMI is based on a standard with Caucasian I don't know, candidates, right? They come up with that based on that. So she's saying they didn't use the stock where we came from. Okay. And so it's kind of difficult to use a BMI testing to say, well, then it's almost like one size fits all, that if you're this size, if you're this height, and you're this weight, then either, depending on how much you weigh, something is wrong or something is right. What's your response to something like that?
That is a very good question, actually. The thing is, you can be healthy, a healthy 200 pounder, a male, healthy 200 pounder, a healthy female 200 pounder. But so many times we're seeing that is not the case. Obesity, to me, you will find that when you're carrying so much weight on your body, 225, 250, you're less inclined to do any activity. You may start out in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 weeks. You're tired, you stop, yes, there's a disciplinary issue that goes along with that, but you're less inclined to, you know, to engage in activity. You know, the thing is, to answer your question, yes, you know, different race of people carry their weight differently. You know, but individual have to ask themselves, you know, the weight that I'm at, is that healthy for me? Am I healthy? You know, and you know, one of the things that you know, I've had a conversation about this before. It's not about living long. It's not about living, you know, till you're 110, you know, 100 and whatever. It's about living life with intensity. You understand? And you know, if you will make a disease overtake you, you know, that's no life. That's no life. So the best thing to do is to invest in your health, invest appropriately, so you can live a full, no matter if you have 5 years, 10 years, you know, so you can live a full, healthy, productive life. You know.
All right, Kevin, you have any questions?
Yep, a couple of things here.
Go ahead.
One of them is a question posted in the chat. Is Risson getting any pharmaceutical sponsorships?
No, we don't. Definitely not. That's
okay.
No.
And well, which is important.
Right.
That's a kind of question that I would ask too.
You know, Kevin, the thing about it is that, you know, it's not one medication or two medication that we have on formulary. You know, we have about 7 different type of drugs that it depends on what type of, you know, what, it depends on how we're working with the patient. The thing is, you know, they're oral medication that, you know, we help the patient or, you know, prescribe to the patients, as well as their injectables, you know, and no matter what, you know, yes, you can do it in a, you know, healthy way without drugs and so on, you know. However, you know, if you so true that most of the patients that we have, like probably about 95% and 90%, 97% of them, they choose, you know, the drugs because it gets them to their goal much faster. And it, you know, these drugs I know are safe because, I mean, based on literature, based on what I've seen, based on my success with working with other patients, you know, I can attest for most of these drugs.
Now, the other side of my question now is, we've been focusing a lot on how it is that we're gonna go through the process of losing the weight, and you mentioned a couple of them earlier, putting on the weight, the things that we eat. What are some of the things that we consume on a regular, the things that are most accessible, that point directly to weight gain?
You know, refined some of these foods. You know, we don't incorporate enough greens in our diet. We're more, you know, eating carbs is not a bad thing. You know, low carb diet is good. You know, as well as you know, low protein is also good. Not protein, but my mind is slipping me right now. But you know, they're you know, some of the contributors to weight gain. One is lifestyle, sedimentary lifestyle, the food that you eat, the fries, the flour, you know, the starches and so on. You know, definitely it's not just what you eat. You know, because okay, it's not just what you eat, but it's also the amount that you eat. You know, because I mean, when you eat a nice plate of food and your body can't use, you know, the proteins and the you know, the minerals and stuff like that, you know, you just have to store it. It stores it in your face. It stores it in your breast or chest. It stores it in your stomach. It stores it in your butt, it stores it in your legs, and it just doesn't have any use for any more carbs as far as
Mm-hmm.
so as I said, it's not about just what you eat, it's the amount that you eat. And the thing about it is that in our program, I forgot to mention that it's not just about medication. you know um, it's really important for us to put together, formulate a plan, and it just doesn't, it's not only include medication, it also includes lifestyle changes. It also includes a little um, you know exercise plan. You understand? So you have to do your part.
Mm-hmm.
You can't come in here and expect some miracle drug to set you where you are. you know yeah, we do have some patients who do this, lose some weight for aesthetic reasons. They want, Christmas is coming, they want to fit in their gala gown, and I mean, we make them lose 20 pound or so, or 25 pound, and I mean, yes, them look good. However, if you need to lose 50 pounds, we have to put together, formulate, you know,
Let me just let me chime in. No, go ahead, Kevin. Sorry.
whether your question too hard.
No, man, go ahead, Kevin.
Well, I was gonna say some of the foods that we're getting on from the shelves, like our healthy snacks, quote unquote, healthy snacks. Um, the concept is it is marketed as healthy, but people find that they're consuming these versus the regular junk snacks, and they're still putting on weight.
Okay.
So, do you have recommendations for them too? Because I know you give blanket kind of a thing with what you eat and how and when you eat it and thing and the quantity.
Right.
But
Well, let me unpack that. The thing is, one of the issues, is that we as I said before, the refined sugars, the carbohydrate,
mhm,
and the amount of it, you know, um, that we incorporate in our diet on a daily basis. We're not slaves anymore, so we don't need all of that sugar in our systems. We don't have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, work in the field, and eat while we are at work, and then at 6 o'clock at night, we're done with it. No, the thing
mhm,
that most of us living, look at you and myself, we're sitting down most of the day, and we may walk to a car, but the thing about it is that we're not burning off, even if we consume that amount of sugar, we don't have the lifestyle to, you know, to incorporate that, and so we can ensure that we don't get out and you know make sure that go to the park and run a mile or two, and make sure that sugar burn off. So
right. You just mentioned something that I myself value in my daily routine. Where lunchtime come, I get up from my desk and I walk to the car park where I park my car away from the door. I have my salad and I walk back. And during the day, sometimes I get up from the desk and I walk around the building a couple of times. And the two times around the building is the equivalent of about a mile and small change.
uh,
But it's something to break up the monotony of a sedentary job.
right, um, you know that is something. You know, I mean,
Mhm,
it's something. But most of us say because of our lifestyle, and we think that
mhm,
even some of the nurses that even come into this practice who complain about gaining weight, you know, uh, they really think that moving up and down and back and forth on the floors, is enough. But that's a stress. That's a stressful walk. That's a stressful activity. You understand?
mhm,
You need something that going to get your heart rate up, for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and your heart rate to about between 140, 160, and
Mm.
sustain heart rate for a period of time. So the thing is, yeah, it is something, Kevin.
I have a plan. I have a plan for that. We can use Ratty Midnight voice and my face, and that should work for the ladies. I don't know what's going to happen to the men though, but that will work for the ladies.
So,
Hey, Richard, listen.
the midnight advice only put you to sleep,
Put
Look for somebody to sleep with.
you to sleep. It put you to sleep. It put you to sleep. You should not listen to it. So that's okay. But anyway,
Yeah.
Barrington Vickers make a point, and it's kind of funny, but him say, boy, if you want to lose weight, come to Jamaica and I guess get sick and you will lose all the weight. And then Sharon Pearson, she asked, oh, by the way, Jessie is with us. Jessie, I know you're backstage listening. Give me a few more minutes, Jessie, and then we'll bring you on. Sharon asked a question: can you take herbal tablets while taking prescribed drugs? Meaning that if there's a movement, and it's been going on for some time now, to shift from pharmaceuticals to herbs.
Mhm.
And if they come to you, can they supplement it with herbs? Would you recommend it? Do they have to tell you? What? Give us your take on that.
Okay, I mean, these drugs that we're using, most definitely interact with some of the herbs that you know um, that are out there. You know, the drugs that we use, they all pass through the liver, as well, some of the drugs that we use passes through the liver, as well as the herbs, and that can cause a certain effect that may be adverse on the body itself. So the thing is, my best recommendation is that if you're going to take our herbs in conjunction with what we're giving you, we need to know. We want to work with you. We're not trying to, dominate your life or trying to make you, just, under our, full guidance. No, we work with you. We know that there may be some cultural issue. We know that there may be some gender issue. So the thing about it is that, you know, definitely, we need to know what you're taking. For example, supplements. Supplements that I explained the last time on your show. That if you're taking any type of supplements, if you're taking any type of herbs, you know, it's a good idea to let your provider know, what you're taking, so we can do a little research and see if there's any interaction with the drugs that we're giving you, as well as and how safe that herb is. Towards we can do the research and see how safe that particular drug is. As far as the liver, as far as the kidneys, because a lot of times, you think say some of these drugs, some of these herbs are safe. And I mean I've read in papers that we've seen individuals have. Let me give you an example. It's a 54-year-old male who wanted to. His daughter just graduated from some university, and he wanted to be there for her, and wanted to lose some weight. So he started. I don't know which tea it was. I think it was a black tea or a green tea or something like that. But the green tea has a particular type of enzymes in it that it's not. It may work for some people, but a very small percent of the population it works against. And he was just one of those individuals that it worked against. And next thing you know, he needed a new liver. He needed a transplant. Because he was taking it for about 3 months, and within that 3 months, he lost his liver. So herbs is not always. You need to know. You need to know what you're putting in your body. You need to do a little research and understanding, not because you hear it from somebody. You have to be careful.
Right.
Let me we have a few more minutes, but let me just run a couple questions by you. One of them is in the chat by Ms. Don James. She said, Mr. Richards, why is it some men belly so large like they're pregnant? Huge. I was told it's stool not released for a long time, stored in the intestine. Please respond. And what part of the intestine?
Well, I mean, the thing is, you have your ascending, you
She misheard.
and you have your descending, and a lot of times that area is packed with, um, food actually, or whatever you want to call it, that is being secreted in back into the system itself. So the thing is, you know, when you see a man with a large belly, as if he's pregnant, I guess he's enjoying food. you know,
I
you know,
I think she misheard. She heard tool and not stool.
Okay. Here's another one.
but, but
Somebody said Vivian said food expiration date is no.
Will,
Yeah?
hold on. But the thing about it is that we all know that seeing a man in this case looking like that, that is definitely not healthy.
Right.
Definitely
But
not.
it's not healthy for anyone, both male and female, correct?
So you know, uh, that you can look at that and see that there's no discipline, and somebody like that with a large stomach needs some kind of intervention.
Let me run through a couple more questions and statements. Vivian said food with expiration date is no good. And we have a gentleman here in the chat. When the funny like funny in the hell. Him say essentially I don't see him now, but him say that the pothole in Jamaica will make you lose weight. And then somebody say, hey, if you want to lose weight, just stress. If you stress, you will lose weight. And
no, I mean it's not adversely.
Oh, J-Tom. Them say if you want to lose weight, just start fret.
Data DJ.
It's not of a body. Listen, it's not of a body who stress loses weight. Some people work well with stress. I know I work well with stress.
But stress builds cortisone.
Well, yeah, true. And the thing about it is that, as a matter of fact,
Sorry, cortisol. Yeah.
Cortisol, yeah. Right. There's some people who gain weight when they're stressed.
Right.
Stressful eating. So I mean, it depends. It's not a blanket thing.
All right, Richard. Any closing remarks for us before you leave?
Well, the thing is, we have some really good programs here that can get you towards your weight goal at Risson Primary Care, and as I mentioned to you at the beginning of the program, one of the pervasive and prevalent thing that we saw in the community that when a patient comes in, they don't come in for weight management or anything like that, but they may be diabetic, they may be hypertensive, they may be complaining about several other things. However, the primary issue is being overweight. Once you fix that, once you get that in check,
one quick question. One quick question. We talk about when we say weight management. I notice everyone assume that it's an overweight problem, but you do have people who are underweight. Do you service those people?
Well,
people who want to gain weight?
Absolutely, we do. We do. There's a medication that there's a medication out there that does I do prescribe for people on the smaller side, and it has never failed. We have
any side effects?
Yeah, weight gain.
No. Beyond that, because them come to you for that. Them come to you for weight gain. So
I haven't heard about it. But they want to eat when I prescribe it. They want to eat everything inside. It's not difficult to gain. To gain weight, because you can just eat or drink those high fat type of diets, which is not healthy. But I do have patients who no matter what they eat or what they drink, they can't gain weight. My philosophy is actually, anything that you can pick from a tree or pull out of the ground, make sure you're drinking your water. Anything that you can pick from a tree or pull out of the ground, it is really, that's what you need to, focus on.
All right, do me a favor. Can you put your contact details in the chat? Kevin, can you give us the contact details? Because I see quite a few people asking for your contact details.
Oh, okay. All right, so it's Risson, Risson, PC, which is primary care, and it's 3215 Avenue H, as in Harry, Suite 1P, Brooklyn, New York, 11210. The phone number is 718-717-2278. Again, 718-717-2278.
All right. Kesu in the chat said, why do you not accept Medicaid? What most new or low income one have that?
Good question. The thing is, wow. We do accept Medicaid in this office. Unfortunately, it's not part of the program. It's not incorporated in our program because, our program is a little bit somewhat, on the preventative side. Medicaid really don't support, preventative medicine. It's a tricky thing when it comes to insurance, and we kind of steer out of that arena because it is going to cause just problems, trying to get reimbursed. So what we do is either we charge cash, and
all right, there it is, right there in the chat. DJ Kevin, 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P, Brooklyn, New York, 11210. That's East Flatbush. If you look on the Kevin Stewart, 4:17 p.m., you see the contact, the location. I don't see the phone number there though.
But for some reason, it's not posting the phone number for me,
All right. But it's Risson, people. Risson PC. Just Google it. Risson, Risson PC. Primary Care, that is. Brooklyn, New York. And you will get the details there. And you can reach out to Richard and his wonderful staff. And they will take care of you. Whether you need to gain weight or whether you need to lose weight. We're here for you. All right? So, Rich, you up. We're going to let go now, but we'll talk soon, all right? So, look, take care of yourself. Keep up the good work.
Kevin.
Yeah, man. Blessings, Richard.
Yeah. All right.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah.
All right. Bye. Okay. All right, that was Richard Crookson from Risson. There it is. Mary White put it up. Risson Primary Care. Hey, a couple of things. Cynthia Rose said that she know some people from Waterhouse. Maybe she's from Waterhouse and she know Fenton Thompson. If it's the same Fenton you talk about, Cynthia, he used to live on Dilston Avenue. And he was a gambler. He used to domino. And me used to walk sometimes with him domino pack. When he go all over the place, we go gamble. Me used to walk with it. And so I get a little money in my pocket, When him win. If him lose, of course, we don't get none. Zolita mentioned the balloon story. And yeah, you know why people couldn't win at the balloon thing, Zolita? Because let me tell you the trick to it. Once somebody pick the chance and get the big balloon, what you do, you tell them, say, leave the balloon on the thing for me. Leave the balloon and me give you money. So that people still think, say, the balloon is still available. The big balloon is still available. But the big balloon already, somebody won that already. And you just tell a person, say, boy, I'm not give you money with that trop on, because it was before, if it was before, what is it? It's 69.
It was still around. It was still around in the 80s.
Oh, it's still around, right.
It
So what
was
you,
still around in the 80s. Yeah.
yeah, so what you do, the person who win the big balloon, you tell them, say, listen, me have to give you money, but me have to sell off a little balloon them. So leave your big balloon as an attraction. You can win it. And then them you can account how much chance left on it. So you know much you tell the person, me give you, X amount of money off of the remaining. And that's how you go around and you sell off the little balloon them because the big balloon done gone. So that's why sometimes you can't win the big balloon. And you will never win the big balloon because the big balloon done win already. Somebody win that and gone about them business. Sharon in the chat asked about the letter to the king and if I received a response. No, Sharon, because here's what happened. I did not ask the king for a response. I just notified him about what our prime minister his conduct as described by the integrity commission. So I didn't ask for a response. And rightly so. You don't ask them people for a response. You just notify them this is what's going on, and then you use a phrase like "for action deemed appropriate." So whatever them want to do, them do it. No, I did get a response from the number 3, the third ranking advisor to the king, the Archbishop of York. I got a response from him. Hey, if now follow the story, sister, the Archbishop of Canterbury resigned recently. I think it's this week because of some scandal. I think he's like the number 1 person, number 1 advisor to the king. But the Archbishop of York is the number 3, I've been told. And that person responded. So that's where we are with that. Jessie,
before you go on, Rebel, let me address this. Brandon, this is not the kind of platform that you go on to solicit. And if you continue to do so, you will be kicked, banned, disbarred, not allowed to ever come back. You do not come here soliciting. If you have a business and you want to expose your business, that is different. If there's a situation and we could possibly help in some way, that is different. You reach out to us and we see whether or not you're trying to scam anybody or what. But this coming into the chat to solicit and putting Cash App handles, and no, don't do it. So unless your next comment has to do with what we're presenting, you can leave now. Thank you.
All right.
Yes,
Elegance
Shirley.
Blogs. If David Lamb is a member of the Privy Council, there's a good chance he got a letter. Stacey Good Girl Barnaby, no, the guy you just talked about. Say our response there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're waiting for Jessie. So come on, Jessie. Where are you? If we don't say Jessie, there she is. There she is. Miss Jessie Files from Sendwave. Before I put her up, people, let me just say that I had a chat with her this week. And as I said in my monologue, it was quite interesting. I didn't even know Sendwave, there was another option for remittances to Jamaica. But they not only do Jamaica, they do a whole bunch of countries. And what I was surprised about was that the money is sent to reputable organizations in Jamaica. I think JMMB, I think NCB, a whole bunch of organizations that you know. But I don't want to steal her thunder. We'll bring on Miss Jessie Files now to come talk to us about Sendwave. Without further ado, there you go. Jessie, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Kevin. And
hello, Jessie.
Hello. Thank you for having me. And like you said, my name is Jessie, and I am a market launcher at Sendwave. I've been working at Sendwave for about a little bit for 2 years and a half with intermittents, with different roles. And I'm happy to be here to present what we are doing and what we want Jamaicans to understand about Sendwave, so we can win their trust.
All right, well, let's dive into it. I didn't know about Sendwave until the station contacted me. I never heard of Sendwave, but since you and I spoke, several people have said to me, yes, they've heard about Sendwave and they've actually used Sendwave. So it's just that I was running in the wrong circles, So what I'd like you to do is Give us a little bit about who you are, and then we can start talking about Sendwave.
Sure. About who I am Jessie. I am a mom. I don't want to even talk about my profession. It's been all over the place. I was born and raised in the country named, it's Haiti.
Mhm.
And I started my career in Haiti working with the United Nations and solving all type of problems from development or to response to natural disasters. Then I came to the US, had a degree to get my master's. I had a scholarship with the Fulbright, which is a scholarship.
To State Department.
Yes, the State Department. And my dream was I studied from computer science to forest ecology and management with a focus on geographic information system, remote sensing, where I can analyze the landscape, so I can see where natural disaster risk area was, flood prone area, where can I replant, what type of trees to reforest our mountains, where can we, what type of agriculture we can have so we can reinforce agriculture so our people can take back their economic power instead of moving to other countries to work doing the same job, and how we can develop. So that was my dream, because my dad was in the area, and I went back to Haiti and wanted to, I was a dreamer, wanted to work, and I realized it was very difficult one woman, my dream, it will take time. So I switched again, went to work back with the UN, and the 2010 earthquake happened. I was just starting working, planning for the natural disaster response plan for next year. We were doing, we were thinking about earthquake. We were thinking about having a simulation on earthquake because we knew we were due. It's been more than 100 years. There was one that, my grandmother is not aware that we had earthquakes, so nobody talked about it. But because I'm involved in natural disaster response, we made some research. We're like, we need to prepare the population. There could be eventuality that we have an earthquake. So, and then it happens 15 days after we start thinking about going to, we were going to actually, which country again? Panama. The UN in Panama was going to equip us with. Anyway, so that was after the earthquake, things changed. That's when I think, and then I met my husband. I said, well, I don't think I need to move. So maybe I'll come back to Haiti when I'm older. So I moved to the US, have a family, and start working with the US government as a geographer again, responsible, working on the census. So for the Census Bureau, I was updating all the boundaries of the United States. We collect those updates from government, from tribal government to update that. Then we switched to conducting the 2020 census, build partnership with community organization. So I've been on a ride for like over 10 years, from changing career, work in Yemen, I work in Mali, I work in Senegal. So sometimes it's like 3 months contract, three months emergency response. So I feel like I'm fortunate. Now I was in a position where I need stability. I can't travel all the time. And Sendwave, I stumbled across a ad where Sendwave, I see this app. They are looking for a Haitian somebody in the US that speaks Haitian Creole. We are here. Our mission is to help immigrants save money when they are sending money back home. It's an application. You don't have to pay. I'm like, is this a scam? and I said, is this a scam? But this is interesting because I'm tired of paying fees and having to go to offices building when I need to send money back home. And I did my research. Of course, I was skeptical. Then I did my research the next day. I Googled, I searched, I read, about 4 out of 5 people were happy. 1% was like, yeah, you take too much time with my money. I'm like, okay, it's real. Then I realized they send money to Nigeria, since I have friends from Nigeria. and Kenya, I reach out to them. I'm like, do you know an app called Sendwave? One of them said, yeah, it's been 6 years I've been sending money to Nigeria with them. Good. I'm like, okay. Oh, I never heard of it. And I didn't even know there's such stuff. You're not paying fees. I'm like, they never changed their mind since? He's like, nope, 6 years, it's constant. They don't change fee, etc. I said, oh, my people need it. Okay, I'm going to apply. And, it's tech company, fintech, they go quick. So I applied. The next day I received a call for interview. And then that's how I joined with like 7 interviews, 3 exams, etc. And I'm like, I will learn everything. I'm not a marketer, properly in business, selling like money, but all I know the mission, I love it. I know my people need it because we send money. Haitians send about $4 billion a year. We pay a lot of fees. And sometimes when we have natural disasters, these companies that we use in the past, they don't even care about releasing the fees.
Right.
That pissed me many times. I said, they just, maybe they got tired, when you get fatigue of a country that is always in a disaster mode. You're like, anyway, this is their life. So what, I don't have to do anything. I said, they don't offer us anything. What they just take. Yes, it's great because I've been on the other side when I was in Haiti receiving money. But now I said, there's a time when you can give us a 48 hours window. There's a disaster to not pay fees, to make it easy. So that's when I joined Sendwave. I said, I'm gonna help you guys because we need it. And I become really that job. I'm like, I'm gonna get Haitians, get their trust. It took us 1.5 years to get their trust. Now we have a good chunk of Haitians sending money there. Then I work on other markets as well, Senegal, Madagascar. And now it's Jamaica and Mexico that we are pushing. I'm responsible of pushing. So as a market launcher, to end it, I talk a lot about as a market launcher at Sendwave. What I do is really my role. I connect with communities, people from the communities, trusted voice, trusted face, trusted leaders, people that if they say, recommended Sendwave, if they hear it from your platform because you're a serious person, people respect you, they will give us a chance at least to try to do like me, do their research or install it or try to send money. And that's why it's important for us to get out of here, to get people like me that can go back and connect with you, sometimes build partnership with members in the community, first getting their trust, and then they can allow us to use their platform, radio, influencers, TV. We are not on TV yet, but people like you to allow us to talk about Sendwave and then to tell all Jamaicans we are here to make a difference for them when they are sending money back home.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jessie, you have a supporter here in the chat, Denise McCullough. She says, my fellow
I'm not
Jamaicans.
watching the chat. I'm still like in the private chat. I don't know why.
She says, my fellow Jamaicans, switch to Sendwave to send money. She says, my fellow Jamaicans, switch to Sendwave to send money to Jamaica. No fees. Stop giving your money to.
Don't name the competitor. We're not here.
Okay.
We say everyone has a place under the sun. We fit a purpose. Let's say every company fit a purpose. I can tell you, Sendwave fit a purpose, and that not everybody needs it. That's why.
Let me ask that. Right. We're not going to name your competitors, but I'll name anyone. But let me ask this. Why should someone send money with Sendwave and not with somebody else?
Yes.
Great question. First of all, we are an application. Our mission, understand the mission. We were formed to make sure that you are not paying transfer fees when you're sending money to your loved one, although we make some money on the exchange rate. Other competitors, they make money on the exchange rate and they make money on the fees you're paying. All right?
Gotcha.
So imagine that's why I said everybody has a place at the table. Imagine if you are somebody that sends less than $500 a month to Jamaica. And that $500, you split it around different family members or friends. So you send at least once time a week or twice a week to different people. each time, if you are using competitor, you are paying fees each time. They make money on the exchange rate each time. And let's say let's compare apple to apple. You are not that person driving to go to a store, etc. You are not wasting gas, etc. But you are using an app. For apple to apple, competitors have an app as well. And we talk about the fees. You're not paying fees with us, and then now our exchange rate, we have great exchange rate. So, and next step, imagine Sendwave as well. We offer you the same opportunity where your family and friends can pick up the money or receive it via bank. So same, okay? And then we offer you at least a $20 promo code, at least to try your first transfer by sending $2, $5, up to $300, whatever you want to change. But to test us, if you are that person, you're like, I don't want to put my debit card there because you have different reasons. You can like, okay, I only have $10 on my debit card, I'm gonna put $10 and then I'll add that promo code that Rattigan Show is giving me. We have a promo code RG Radio that will give you $20. So that's $30 the recipient get in Jamaica. And we stay constant. We are reliable. We are working. We offer you the opportunity to save money, the convenience of sending money anytime, at any hour, as long as you have your phone, you can send money. It's on your phone. We offer you safety because we use the same system as the bank. Let's say we use the 256-bit encrypted. That means when you put your information, so it's got locked into, it turns into a bunch of numbers that nobody can decrypt or read, and then it goes to a server that I don't get information about that, and then we keep you safe. We have never been hacked. You can search us on. We have never been hacked. Our system, your information has not ever been like stolen by other, by the bad guys out there. So we offer safety, convenience, great. We are affordable. You're not paying fees, and so why not try? Why not?
Let me ask you this: okay, so your competitors, the remittance companies, they charge fees. And I know this because when I send money home, I pay fees. On top of that, you're saying that they make money as well by the exchange rate.
Yes.
And you're saying you don't charge fees, but you have the exchange rate where you make some money off. That's where you make your money off the exchange rate. Give us a comparison of your exchange rate compared to a competitor's exchange rate. How do you measure? How do you know that your exchange rate is better than theirs? Do you watch theirs and then you go below them? How does it work?
Yes, that's my job as well, to watch exchange rate at least 3 times a week. And we have a team, a pricing team that is there to calibrate, to make sure we are market standard. Sometimes we may be below the market. That depends on the country, that depends on the inflation, the exchange FX rate. Sometimes that is it's fluctuating. Like Haiti, it's like bad exchange rate. Every hour is changing and inflation is high and the dollar, yeah. But for Jamaica, we make sure, for Jamaican, for instance, what we try to do, you're not paying any for instance, you have $100, let's say $200 today. You send in $200 to somebody to Jamaica, we'll give you an exchange rate at 156 Jamaican, 0.82, almost 157 Jamaican dollars. Okay, if you're sending over $200, then you're not paying that fees. So you put the 200, the person get the $200 equivalent in Jamaican dollar at 156, about 157.
And that's today. That's today's rate.
Yes.
No, tell me, what are the competitors paying? What are the competitors?
Competitors, like you pay 100 and you will get, the exchange rate will be a little bit high. Could be, it was 159 when I checked. Good. Oh, good. Sorry, I'm speaking 159 Jamaican dollar. You pay, for instance, $3.99 of, if you are sending $200, it's about $4.99. But you get the exchange rate is about 159.
And you're paying 157.
And I'm paying 157 without the fees.
But they charge you fees, and you don't charge your fees.
Yes. Yes.
So when you work, so that if I let's say I send 200 today, would I be better off sending it with you or with a competitor who's gonna give me more money for the exchange rate, but then they're gonna charge me a fee? Or do I send it with you? You charge me no fee, but you give me a lower rate.
You'll be better with us because we're not charging you the fees, and then they charge you the fees, and that's 200 and no fees. Okay, and that's 31,364.55. Okay, doing some math there. Actually, if you are sending 200 plus 499, okay, 200 minus 499, sorry, time 159 multiplied by 150.
Yeah, then you said it's better with Sendwave.
It's better with Sendwave.
Yeah.
And Territrix Free says it's about $210 to send $200.
210.
Yeah, to send 200.
Oh,
yeah.
For the competition, it's not even 499. Okay, yes, 210. Okay, let's say we only have $200. Let's compare apple to apple. I have only. Can you check the rate exchange, the exchange rate for me?
Denise, can you check the exchange rate, Denise, please?
Yes, 210.
What, Jamaica to US?
So that's $190 times that exchange rate offered. If you're looking at WU, Western Union.
All right. Exchange rate to Jamaica and to US is 159.29. 159.29.
And that's for you are a user, or you already using them?
No,
Okay.
no, I just looked up the general exchange rate.
So okay, so you will get 302 302, let's me 30,284 Jamaican dollar with that competitor. Okay, I'll write it here. And with us, it's 31,364 Jamaican dollar.
So they get more using your service.
They'll get more because what I did, let's say you only have that $200 and you have $200 with us. If you have $200 you want to send, we extract the $10 fees. That's mean you're sending around $190. Times the exchange rate of that competitor. And then that's what gives us about 30,284. So that's what you get out of your pocket. Out of my pocket, I only have $200. Okay, and then with Sendwave, I have $200. They get $31,364.
So they get a little bit more.
A little bit.
Yeah. Somebody was asking, how do you make your money? And I think we explained that you make your money off the exchange rate.
That's yes. Which change over time, because it's fluctuate every hour, sometimes every day. It's based on the country, sometimes it's based on the FX rate. That is, sometimes it's managed by the bank in your countries, or it's international, whatever it's affecting the region or geopolitical. So it's changed. And we have
So
to have,
D. Gordon said with Sendwave you would get $1,164 more than you would with the competitor based on the exchange rate. You know, and it's something I never thought of, right? When I send money, I don't think I know the fee, but I wasn't thinking about the exchange rate.
yeah.
You'd think everybody would use the same exchange rate, though.
Right?
No,
So,
no.
so I
It's
just
funny. Sometimes it's you have a need. Me, when I move in Texas, I live in Austin, Texas now. I have a need. There's not a lot of many companies, so I just use it. I realize sometimes, I don't really compare. I'm like, all I need is my money to get to the family until sometimes you realize,
Right.
wait a minute, I'm paying too much when you know about competitors. So that's why it's good to have competitors.
Jesse, one quick question before Kevin jumps in. And we have Mr. President is going to join us momentarily.
Oh,
There's a question here in the chat. It says, where is it? Oh, where can the recipient pick up their money in Jamaica? Because I was surprised when you gave me that answer this week. I was surprised. I thought, you'd have to go to a certain, some rinky-dinky store or something like that. But please go ahead and tell them where can they, if I send $200 now to Jamaica, to my nephew, where can he pick it up in Jamaica?
Okay, great questions. I'm trying to join the chat. I was going to add, I can't, it asked me to sign up to add the one link. Maybe I'll send it to you in private where people can click and download.
You can just click on the comments section. So beside private chat, you have comments.
Join the chat, connect to YouTube.
Okay. Just put it in the private chat. I'll copy and paste it.
Yeah, continue and maybe.
All right. If you have to go through all of that, don't worry about it. Just put it in the private chat. I'll copy it.
They can pick up the money. Oh, great. It's working now. Via LASCO, via JMMB, and Victoria Mutual, which is VMBS. That's for cash pickup. The second method people can pick up the money is at any banks. All you need is the bank account. You can send to any banks in Jamaica. In our list, we have over 40 banks where people can send money.
Oh, nice.
With Sendwave.
Wow. So you hear that, people? If you send money from the US to Jamaica, the recipient in Jamaica, your uncle, your auntie, your cousin, your friend, whatever, they can pick up the money at JMBS, that Jamaica Mutual Building Society. They can pick it up at LASCO. They can pick it up at any bank. They just need to put your bank account in, and then money will go straight to your bank account. And there's another place you mentioned. It's JMBS, LASCO,
and Victoria Mutual.
VMBS.
Yes.
No, VMBS, LASCO, and there's another one you mentioned.
All the VMBS, JMMB, LASCO, VMBS. Those are the three locations.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. VMBS. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. VMBS, JMMB, and LASCO, and or any bank.
Yes, at any bank. We invite you. I shared the link with you, Kevin. I can't send it to the chat. It fell. So that's the link. People can, when they click, they download the app, and some will receive automatic $20 credit. If they want to send money, they can just send $2. You will need a debit card, and the recipient will get 22.
Is that like a promo, or is that always the case?
A promo, we always have a promo. Most of the time, our promo is at $10. But because it's you, we make a promo. We want Jamaicans to get some to encourage you. It's the holiday season is coming. We want our promo to be at 20 until December.
Okay, until December. So you hear that, folks? December when? December 1st or December 31st?
31st. Of course, the celebration, we want to share, we want to give more so in order to receive more. That's our hope. We are giving more. We hope by everybody listening to us, doing their research, trying us, and then liking us. Once you try us, you like us, and then we know you will stay. So we will make more in the future.
So what they're saying, folks, the Sendwave is saying between now and December 31st, if you send money through them, they have a promo right now where they'll give the recipient $20. So if you send them $10, they'll give the recipient $30. And that will end on December 31st. People are asking in the chat, what about the UK? What about Canada? Does Sendwave operate in those countries?
Great question. So for now, anyone that is living in the US or in the UK can use Sendwave to send money to Jamaica. Canada and other countries like Europe, where we have license, will come soon. We are working with Canada, and then Europe, other European countries such as France, because I see people downloading the app, even in Ireland, Spain, maybe some Jamaicans, and they're like, oh, I can't send money. We're like, we are coming. But we know our largest diaspora is in the US and the UK. That's why we started with these first two countries to ensure we have to scope in the market. Is this something Jamaicans want? Do they want it? Can we are testing now. If we have enough people, we'll stay. So at some point we may say, oh, maybe it's not something they need really. Let's invest somewhere else if they have, but we know the needs. What I'm hearing from the Jamaicans that have started using us, they like the fee-free, not paying transfer fees each time. So we have hope. We have hope. Once we beat those challenges of trust, they will adopt us.
All right, Pastor Ricky, big up yourself. Kevin.
I was just over here trying to get the link. I noticed I put it in there in the chat on YouTube, but it did not going out. But it's trysendwave.com. Maybe if I type it different.
Yeah, somebody's saying, how can someone get a piece of your business? Somebody, I guess, wants to invest in Sendwave. They don't want to send money.
Me too. I would love to.
the one that choker. I just realized I'm displaying my phone number.
That's a great question. Maybe we need to add, I can't answer that question for now. All I can say, to get as part of our business, you can partner with us if you are part of a church, you own a restaurant, you have a platform where Jamaicans are coming, they will listen to you, you can partner with us, you kind of help us in the community, and we pay you, we give you a promo code so you can help us spread awareness about Sendwave. But in terms of investment, I'm not sure, because the company, they have shareholders. It's huge. It's not like the little startup it used to be. Now it's huge. We've been bought by a big company. We are with Zaps, where we meet, and I'm not sure if they are looking. Sometimes they are looking for investors, but they've been doing quite good. They recently raised about $260 million. That was last month, to extend the business. So I'm pretty sure there's a way you can reach out to us for that.
Yeah, I see. There is an interest in the chat regarding Sendwave, because I see quite a few people asking for the link.
Yes, I tried to send the link. So what I can do, I can share my phone number.
I have a question. Remember, you and I were talking this week, and you said to me, look, if you're going to send like large sums of money, Sendwave is probably not the forum for you, because when you start comparing it to what the other people are doing, and you factor in the fees, then Sendwave is probably, if you're going to send like $1,000, Sendwave is probably not. But you said if you're going to send like $300, small sums, $300, $200, whatever, $100, then Sendwave, because there's no fee, is the best option. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes. So first of all, when you sign up with Sendwave, we give you a limit you can send, which is $3,000 a month. And then this can extend after you spend a while, at about 6 weeks with Sendwave, and you send over $500. So we are going to vet you for more if you're sending more, and we can give you a wallet over $12,000. But like I'm comparing, we are very transparent. We are here come with the mindset of helping immigrants. You're working too hard. You already have your bills in the US, and sometimes you have to take care of some people back at home. So to have to spend all this money while we can leverage technology, cell phone, to send money without having to be in a building, etc., or going to a building or having lots of fee or overhead costs. So that's what Sendwave fought against all of that to make it cheaper for you. But we have to be honest as well. If you are a person that is sending like over $1,000 every week or 10,000, 12,000, I believe if you pay a flat fee with our competitors, you will have more for your money. So you can always compare that with us. You will compare our exchange rate, because now I'm saying up to 500, even 600, we are good. But other than that, because our exchange rate, you will pay just a flat fee, maybe just $10 with our competitors, or sometimes some competitor, maybe it could be $5. And then they give you get 1 percentage point, one more Jamaican dollar for every dollar. So with a huge amount, you get more for your money by using our competitors. So I invite you to do that calculation. This is that policy of transparency we have. We know most of the time we are not the best if you're sending higher amount, over $1,000. So always get it. That's why we said there's a table.
The place for everybody.
For everybody. So that's how it is. But if you're sending 20 here, 100 here, 200 there, and to different people, since you're not paying fees, it's great. But if you're sending 3,000 at once to one person, it's better maybe to pay just one fee and then have a better exchange rate to get more for your money. Right? Transparency, integrity.
So
Yes.
Ubuntu is asking, is this company, Sendwave, is it Black owned?
No, Sendwave was founded by 2 Americans called Jude Jobin, and they were missionary kids. Their parents were missionary in Africa, Tanzania, and Kenya, and they married Africans, and their parents they were really missionary people having charity. They have they had a orphanage, and they had a place to take older people that, their kids, it was in the 90s, people were dying with AIDS, they didn't have families, so older people, they put all these older people in a place. And the kids, Jobin, become older, he came to the US study, and then he's like, I'm doing fundraising with my parents. Each time we are sending $50,000, we have to pay that 10% fee. It's high. It's incredible. And they learn how to create app. At this time, it was early. So they said, listen, let me ask all the Africans in the Boston area. They were young, like just graduate universities. They asked the Africans, how do you send money? They're like, well, it's cumbersome, one, to get it to Africa. Second, it's very expensive. Wire transfer, super expensive. Sending with our competitor, the brick and mortar that we all use in the past, I used to use, it's super expensive. Those are the 10%. Then they survey these people. They're like, what if we create an app and then send money? They create this app, Sendwave. They start sending money to Tanzania and Kenya because they had mobile money at this place. You can have a fund like a Cash App. And the United Nations at the same time were developing goals. They said, listen, in the Sustainable Development Goal, we want to decrease the fees on remittances from 10% to 3% by 2030. Immigrants are paying too much. We have to work with all the governments or lobby with DC to make sure all the remittance companies decrease their fees. That's why, but Sendwave start with that part saying it's possible. Everybody, is it possible? No, it's not. He's like, no, we are going to leverage your smartphone. All you need is a smartphone that has internet and then a debit card. And then if the recipient over there has a smartphone as well, there's a bank, they can receive the money, and they innovate and they show it was possible. And we start increasing from Kenya, Tanzania, we go to many countries. People are asking, then competitors are watching. They're like, we need to decrease our fee. It used to be higher. They start decreasing it. So that's how, those 2 white guys, but very involved in the misery of all people in Africa sending money. very involved in, they understand the problem, they wanted to solve it, they solve it. And then we have many other companies that came later. So it's not Black owned, but it's what really come with a heart to help Black people, immigrants, brown people. Now we are in Asia, we are helping Mexico. So it's globally owned. It's for us. And then we work with everybody from everywhere, from home. So this is our company. This is our Sendwave.
Merlin Mollison in the chat, she said, do we have to answer a lot of questions when we're collecting our money in Jamaica? Or do we just go up and say, Jessie sent me money, I want my money? Or do you have to answer a whole bunch?
Great question. Because we are new, there's still some hiccups we are working on. I have to be honest again. Sometimes it's a teller situation. Some people go pick up their money, that teller will say, what's Sendwave? We never heard of it, And then they have, they ask them more questions, etc. We are working to advertise our partner because we have aggregator. We are not present in Jamaica. We are going to be present now. We are going to partner with people in Jamaica to put sticker for us, maybe have billboard, etc. Because we expect our partners to do it. They are working with us now. When we are hearing from our user, they're like, no, they are telling me Sendwave. What is Sendwave? They don't know about you. They don't even want to read the SMS that Sendwave send the recipient. So we are working on that. Let me tell you. So what happened when you send money with Sendwave? You receive a SMS that tell you the transfer is ready. Your recipient too, in Jamaica, we send an SMS from the US to them. And we expect LASCO or GMMB, VMBS to send the recipient an SMS too. And some are doing it. It's not very, LASCO, apparently they told me LASCO is not, but we are going to work on that with them. What we are going to work is to have more visibility, because people in Jamaica, some have issues when they pick up the money because they don't know Sendwave. But at some point, we need to increase that. That's one of the hiccups. It's a growing pain. We are working on it to solve it. So they will ask you for your ID. You are a recipient in Jamaica. All you need is to go get your ID to go pick up the money. Now, if you are doing a bank, if you send it via a bank, the person in Jamaica, if it's the first time they are receiving international remittance on their bank account, the bank decides for their own protection, to protect, for their own regulation, to send you a form with a SMS to tell you to register your account, to authorize them to accept international transfer. That's a level of protection the Jamaican banks are doing, because to make sure that you are who you are, so you have to complete that bank form. It's asking you for your name, some information, personal information, that once you do it, you won't have to do it again. You're registered. Now your personal bank account can receive international remittance anytime your loved one in Canada, in the US or in UK is money.
It appears as if what I would suggest to people, well, what I would do is that, and I'm going to try Sendwave. What I would do is I'll take advantage of the $20 promo. So I'm going to send $30 to Jamaica to a friend, and then he'll get 50. But what will happen is that if it's somebody that I'm used to sending money to, the very first time, that's when they may experience a hiccup. So they're going to say, you have to register it. If I send it to the bank, you have to register, blah, blah, blah. That person shouldn't have any more problems after that.
No.
Because it's just first time.
First time. Okay. First time. It's a control. It's not us. It's not something, I think it's done with all our competitors if it's the first time. It's a question of control, a question of safety, because, there was a unfortunate issue that happened 2 years ago in some scam. I think all these updates are coming to protect Jamaicans, the senders and the recipients. So
some people are joining us. Some people just joined us, and so that they didn't get the first part of your presentation. So they're asking, if it's not a bank, where do you send the money? And again, it's JMMB, it's VMBS, and it's LASCO, or they know any bank, but it's those three. Any bank or those three organizations.
Correct. They can pick it up there.
Let me see if they're.
And somebody asked about sending 3,000 without any problems. Florence.
No, you can't send 3,000 if you just register with Sendwave, you can send out about 2,000 you can send just 3,000 if you first registered. But remember, what you need to register with Sendwave, once you download the app, you need your debit card. We don't accept credit cards. Some people credit card. So that's again maintain or help us to keep our fees low or with the no fees.
Mm-hmm.
We're not paying credit card. We use debit card. You will need an ID. If you are in the US, or you may use your Jamaican passport if it's not expired. We need an ID because we are dealing with international remittance. There are law, there are compliances that we have to follow, and then you need your ID, an expired ID. That could be your if you have a driver's license in the US, we accept it. You'll take the picture front and back, and you'll follow the instructions in the app. You can use as well, you may not see it, but you can push submit it. If you're in the New York City area, the city give you an ID regardless of your immigration status. You can use that as long as it has your picture, it has you are recognized by the New York City government, you have an ID from the city, you can use that too. And if you have authorization to work, you just came to the US, you don't have a driver's license, you can use your authorization to work, your card to work. And then we will also ask you to take a photo of your face. That's sometimes a hiccup. You just need to follow. It's a biometrics. It's very new technology. We all start doing it. Again, it's another level of safety to keep you safe. So no hackers, no bad guys out there or mimicking or using your information. So the picture of your face, you will scan your face. So our algorithm will compare all this information to make sure you are who you are. And all of that may take an hour, 10 minutes, sometimes, maximum an hour for us to clear, to say, yes, you can send with us. Verify if you're on hold. If you don't see your status is not on hold, now you can start sending. Right? Start sending. Remember one question before you send to the person in Jamaica, always ask them what is the best option to pick up the money or to get the money. Make sure you have the correct information, their name, the correct phone number. So your transfer won't be in pending, processing mode, or cancel or fail. So make sure you have the correct information because we don't have the opportunity to allow you to correct the name or the phone number after you already push that send button. We have to cancel the transfer. Right. So those are what you need to use Sendwave, install the app, and remember to add the promo code, enter it to get your $20 credit, which is today the promo code is RG Radio.
Someone asked if Sendwave is countrywide in the US. Well,
yes,
it's an app.
50 US states. Yes, you can use it. We still need to have license in all the states. It's funny how the financial, it's like we still need to have every state. Yeah, you need to have a discussion with federal and states. Yeah.
Yes, Andrea, the promo code is RG Radio.
One word, RG Radio, and please, RG Radio. Sorry, RG Radio.
Yes. So when you download the app, you go there. You send your first money, your $20, your $10, your $50, your $100, and they receive $20 on top of what you sent.
Yes, you need to enter the code, and remember the code is only you will get that $20 only on your first transfer. If you already sent money with us, you already benefit a code from another channel that we have, you won't be able to enter a promo code. This is a promotion we do for first-time user.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
asking if you can send money to yourself.
Oh yeah, in Jamaica, if you're in the US, the only hiccup, if you're sending it to a bank, and then it's the first time again you're sending to the bank will reach out to you on a Jamaican phone number. If you don't have a Jamaican phone number, what I suggest you to do is to reach out via email. Tell them, I'm in the US. I don't have a Jamaican phone number. I plan in the next few months to be sending money to my bank account, please send me the link to register via my email.
Ah,
You get it?
nice.
Because when you send the money, you are not in Jamaica, you don't have a phone number. Or your phone number, you create that account, but that phone number is no longer valid. You are not going to receive that registration form, and your transfer will stay pending until we cancel it after 7 days. That's why you have the obligation to reach out to your bank via email, go to the contact or have somebody contact them, say, I'm in the US, I would prefer to communicate via email. I plan on sending money. Please send me the registration form via email, and then you do it, and voila. Any question?
Looks like there's quite
Okay.
this.
For value, because you mentioned with the higher amounts, it's better that they go with one of the other agencies because of the better rates and such. So if you're sending up to your recommendation would be up to how much? 1,000, 1,500,
Yeah.
500? What would be your recommendation to
1,500.
maximize on benefits?
Yeah, 1,500. One transfer of $1,500. Maybe you need to check our exchange rate. Maybe at this day, that day, our exchange rate change very, very now and then. You can always check it. But I guarantee, I feel like for now, if I would check my other competitor to see if I will get more for my money. And most of the time, when I'm sending to Haiti or the country, $1,500 over $1,500 in one transfer, I get more if I just pay a flat fee with a competitor. But since I don't send that type of amount of money, so I can't vouch on it. I have no need to send that type of amount every time. Yeah, when I needed, there was a time I needed to send 3,000. Yeah, I go via bank because it was safer for me and for the person who said, because I wanted the person to have the money in dollar too in the country, so I just send it via bank, not in local currency. They don't want it in local currency. So yes, so if up to date, check our exchange rate. That's the best advice I can give you. And any amount like you're sending today, like up to 1,000, we should have a good rate pricing if it's your first time. And then you on top of it, you get that promo code, that $20. So now I can say we are the best option if you're sending $1,000. But after that, always check, verify if you are somebody that has 3 apps, verify what the other competitors are doing. If you want to send high amount, 3,000, and you prefer to pay fees and then get a little bit higher exchange rate, use them. Yeah.
So the person sending $100 from the US. Thank you, Easy Junior. Someone sending $100 from the US. The exchange rate of 155 that is on the Sendwave website right now, 155.50, and the competitor exchange rate of 158 with a fee of $4.99. The recipient will get about $200 Jamaican more using Sendwave. So, quick, simple maths. Thank you, Easy Junior.
Install the app as well, and you'll see the exchange rate is there as well. And then you'll see sending over X funds sent to $200, how much you'll get, and below how much you'll get. And we have to be transparent on that. Even when you don't sign up, when you get into the app, we put this information there.
Yeah, I see something here, Kevin, where they say that the buying rate though is different than the selling rate, and the buying rate is 151 to $1. So what you're saying is when they do the exchange rate, they wouldn't give you the US dollars So it's actually as if they're buying it from you. So they'd give you, instead of 158, they'd give you 151.
151.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
which means Sendwave would be a better deal if you're sending below $1,000. And like Jessie says, if you're sending it to several people, if you have $1,000 to send to five people, 200 each, Sendwave is a better deal because you don't pay the fees.
Yes, yes. You don't pay
So
the fee each time. Imagine each time you're sending, you have to pay that for you're sending 100.
Right,
You pay
right.
yeah,
$1.
yeah, you'd have to pay the fee, Jessie, or you send all the money to one person and hope that they'll deliver the
They'll distribute it.
I've been there.
You've been there, right?
I've been there. I'm like, you wait, and I'll send it to. I'll pick somebody, and then later there will be some fight. Somebody doesn't talk to somebody anymore
Right. The
because
money doesn't get delivered. Yeah. It doesn't get delivered. That doesn't get
Right.
delivered on time or not in the right amount.
on time
So-
or this. Oh, I had an emergency. I had to use. I'm like, oh my god.
All right.
So someone asked, can the reverse transaction be done, sending from Jamaica to the US?
No, not unfortunately. I think that's a future. That's something. Now they're expanding it to Africa, thinking about it. But it's just all the infrastructure, all the. It takes time, the license, and then we don't have that yet. You can only send. It's a one-way street for now. From the US, Europe, that's why we have license, and from Canada, because I'm not sure if you have anybody from Ghana, from Kenya listening to you. They know Sendwave, usually they're like, yes, people, it's real. It's not a scam. We've been using it. And we can send to many countries from the US, many European countries, and Canada, the UK. So for now, for Jamaica, it's only US and the UK, and we hope to come with Canada and Europe soon, open it there. But we are just trying to get out of the soft launch to go public with big launch, and then with, we're gonna go create some trouble in Jamaica, make sure people know about us, and it's not a scam. My friends, if you're in Jamaica, it's not a scam. You can do the research. We are really here to ensure that our immigrants, the population we serve, get save money when they are helping loved one, because the life here is not easy, and finding money to send to loved one, it's already, it's not easy. So we want to make it easy for you. It's like when you take your WhatsApp, you want to send a text to your loved one. This is how we want to make sending money. And if you encounter any hiccups, that's why we want you to report it to us to make sure we work with our partners. Ourselves, we want to make our product fit your needs. And trust us, and we are here to work for you. It's a mission. And then we invite you again to use our promo code, RG Radio, to receive those $20 on your first transfer to Jamaica.
All right, Jessie, look, thanks for coming. I'm sure we'll have you back on. You're such a pleasant person to talk to and to deal with, and you're always smiling. And Jamaicans love that, So I'm telling everybody, go out, try it, get the $20. If you try it first, because like Jessie said, there might be some hiccups for the first time. So send a small amount with the $20, have the person register whatever, and then after that, it should be smooth sailing. So Jessie, thank you for coming, and we hope to see you soon. Good luck with this endeavor, and take care of yourself. Be well.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you, family.
Right,
bye-bye.
All right, take care. Well, Andrea, I'm curious, who you get money from in Jamaica? Somebody will have 28 account.
Speaking of 28 account, where did Shernette go? Listen, please go tell no family, no come below, no neighbors, everybody say them if them never joined before, if you hear about the deal with Sendwave, they get the $20 promo. They have to come on now, because there have been talks about what the incoming administration plans to do with immigrants, whether you're illegal immigrant, you're a green card holder, or naturalized citizen, because some people say, you're naturalized, you're not a natural born. And people are worried. People are saying, what does this mean? Does it mean that, when President-elect Trump takes over, it means that we're going to get kicked out of the country. They're going to round us up. They're going to denaturalize us, because you figure that if you're a citizen, then you're safe, right? And some people are saying, no, you're not safe, because they're going to denaturalize. They're going to take away your naturalization, and then they're going to deport you. Well, we have somebody here today with us who will, I wouldn't say debunk that, but is going to try and explain to you what all of this means, because it's not a new program, and there are limits to this. There are requirements before any of this can happen. So without further ado, I bring to you my personal friend, my sister, Shernette Noyes. I don't know if I pronounce her last name. Giron. I don't. Well, let me bring her on and see if I get it correct. Hold on. I know I Shernette, so I hate that. Shernette.
Yes, sir.
How do you pronounce it? You want to go kill me? How do you pronounce your surname?
Hit on.
Here, all right. I can't pronounce it. Somebody else say.
And that's the Hilon.
Yes, there's Noyes they hit on.
Okay. All right, folks. Shernette is the principal over at Noyes and Associates in Connecticut. I keep saying it's Bridgeport, but it's not Bridgeport, right?
No, it's Stratford, but it's a border town to Bridgeport, so everybody always say Bridgeport.
Okay. So what we plan to do, let me just big up Shernette. What we plan for the Shernette is this. People are worried, and they're calling me, they're calling my associates, they're calling everybody and say, hey, we'll get kicked out of the country, they're going to take away with green card, they're going to take away with this, they're going to take away with that. Talk to us about that, because I have the regulations here with me. It's titled Chapter 12. I have it here, and I've gone through it. I went through it this week, and I went through it today.
Yeah.
And I have it here in front of me. And it's very specific about how you can denaturalize someone. But what I'd like you to do, Shernette, is talk to us first about deportation for just in a roundabout way. Deportation for an illegal immigrant, deportation for a green card holder, and denaturalization and deportation for a naturalized citizen.
So one other thing about America and the Constitution is that everybody, once you're in the U.S., you have due process of law. So if you're an illegal immigrant and you get picked up and put in immigration, ICE cannot just deport you unless you already have a prior deportation order. But if it's your first time encountering with them, they have to put you through court unless you tell them that I want voluntary departure. I just want to go home. I don't want to be bothered with all of this. That's the only time you can be moved immediately. And even in that process, your country has to correlate with the government to say, yes, I want this person back in. This is a citizen of our country, and they can come back. So a lot of times you hear the myth about, oh, deportation is so easy. You're going to get deported. If they pick you up, they're going to send you home immediately. That's not true. Again, also there's relief for those who are illegal immigrants who's been here. Say you've been here, for example, 10 years, never been in any trouble, no arrest, and you get put in deportation proceedings. You have a relief called cancellation of removal for non-immigrants. So it's you have to know your rights again. So for green card holders, you come in the country, you get arrested, that can put you in deportation. Depends on the crime, it can put you in deportation proceedings. Again, you have due process. You have to go before a court, and they have to give you all the relief that are there for you.
1 second, Shernette. Let me go back to the illegal immigrant, right?
Yeah.
You said that you first of all, if you can opt for voluntary departure, which will circumvent the whole legal process. Where if they grab you and you say, listen, you don't have to lock me up or keep me for months on end and send me through court. I just want to go home. That will get you home.
Yes.
Now, what if the question, and then you mentioned that, but your country of residence, your country of record, that they have to say this person is a citizen of, let's say, Jamaica, for example.
Yeah.
So they just don't deport you like that. They have to contact the embassy or the consulate.
Yes.
To get, and let's say you don't have any documentation, but you say, yeah, I'm from Jamaica. Now, what if the Jamaican government, what if the embassy, they say, no, we don't know this person. we're not going to give you the travel documents for this person. What happens at that point?
Then you're pretty much is back in the country, U.S. They can't put you anywhere because the country that you're claiming citizen of is saying that we don't have no record of this person being born here or any record of citizenship of this person. So we don't want this person. So that's your problem. You have to keep them. So the U.S. really much have to keep this person unless another country will take them.
All right,
So for example,
no, go ahead, please.
Okay. So for example, Cuba and Venezuela is one of those countries that when it comes to deportation, they don't give leeway to the government to say, yes, this are our residents or this is our citizens, we're going to take them back. So most of the time, the U.S. government has these people now in the U.S. on what they call removal, but they're removed, but they're under supervision. So that means every 3 months or every month or so, or every year, they have to go to ICE and report in saying, this is where I'm still living. This information is still valid for me until ICE can get a good, clear yes from that country to be able to remove that person. They're going to be on an order of supervision.
Okay, because I had a case once where the person flew from Jamaica to Canada, became a Canadian resident. Then the person came across the border to the U.S., overstayed, and was picked up here. When they said, "Okay, where did you come in from? Where did you, how did you come to the U.S.?" He said, "From Canada." The Canadian government said he violated the terms of his residency, so we don't want him back here. You can't send him to us. And then when he said, they said, "Well, where you from?" They figured he's from Jamaica, but the Jamaican embassy said, "We don't have any documentation." They said, "Look, that's your problem because he didn't fly from Jamaica to the U.S. He flew from Jamaica to Canada. So even though we know he's Jamaican, we're not gonna assist you in this matter because you need to send him back to Canada." Guess what? The guy's still here. He's still here.
And that's why, because when the countries that of your citizenship is saying, "Well, that's not my citizen, that's not my fellow countryman, so send them back," then they have to go to the next country. And as we said, Canada said, "Well, he violated the term of his residency here in Canada. We don't want him back in Canada." So then now with the U.S. is left with this person, and that's where it comes to order supervision. ICE, they have to keep reporting to ICE again, sometimes depends on the person, they'll make them for like every year. You have to do a check-in.
Right. Now, that person who has no abiding place, so to speak, because he can't, that Jamaica is saying, they're not saying we don't want him. They're saying we're not the proper entity to talk to regarding this because he didn't fly from Jamaica to the U.S. He flew from Jamaica to Canada. So your argument, U.S. government, is with the Canadians. And the Canadian government is saying he violated the terms of his residency, so we don't want him. That person who's still here under supervision, is that person eligible to work and at some point change status, adjust status in the U.S.?
They would be eligible to work because ICE does have the power to grant them work authorization. With about changing status, it's a depend. It's gonna be depend. Why I say depend, maybe they have some family members, a spouse got married, met somebody while they're still here, get married. Maybe that spouse can file for them, and then maybe we can do like a motion to reopen the removal proceedings and try to get that deportation order vacated. So it's all going to be depend upon what that person was being order removed based upon.
All right. Talk to us now about the citizenship piece. That so many citizens are naturalized citizens. Yeah.
I've been here. I've heard about it, but I've yet to see the actual, because people are saying that Trump said he's going to denaturalize people, but I have not seen a video of him actually saying that. However, denaturalization is not something that is new. It's been there. It's a process that Congress, so for example, if you had committed any misrepresentation during the process of your naturalization process, they can go back and denaturalize. So they see that, oh, you lied and you misrepresent information and you conceal material facts that could have prevented you from becoming a citizen, then they can come back and denaturalize you from that point. Also, if you join a terrorist organization, after being a citizen, you're now, for example, say ISIS. You say, oh, I'm now going to support ISIS and the movements of those terrorist organizations. That's a process that can get you also denaturalized. Another process that can get you also denaturalized is if you were in the military and you got dishonorable discharge. That's a process also can get you denaturalized. So it's not just a simple thing that is new. It's not something that is new. I do remember that about 2017, 2018, while President Trump was still the president, the Department of Homeland Security created a different investigative unit to go out and check, to basically do these denaturalization. And when they find that, they make the recommendation to put you in removal proceedings, depends on those people based upon the misrepresentation or the fraud that was committed.
Now, here's the thing. When I was looking at the statute, right, regarding the subversive groups, what it seems to suggest is that, what it says is that if within 5 years after you become a citizen, if you join the Nazi Party, Al-Qaeda, some subversive group, then then that would fall within the purview for them to denaturalize you.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that based on this 5-year statute of limitations, for lack of a better term, what you're saying is that if you become a member of the Nazi Party 6 years after you become a citizen, then this statute cannot be applied to you, because it says you must do it within the first 5 years.
Yes.
And with the dishonorable discharge, they also say with the dishonorable discharge, and I find it kind of strange, it's 5 years. They said if you're dishonorably discharged within the first 5 years of service, and you're a naturalized citizen, then they can denaturalize you. I haven't looked at the legislative history and the discussions as to why they attached those time periods there, but it seems to me as if that would be an escape route. That if you have a client and the first question you want to ask a client is, okay, let's say you're part of a subversive group, are you? And the person says, yes, I am. The next question is, when did you become?
When did you become naturalized?
Yeah. When did you become naturalized? And when did you become a part of this subversive group? And the person said, I became a part of this subversive group 6 years after. Then it seems as if, tell me if I'm wrong, it seems as if they would be safe under this statute.
It would be, like, based upon the statute, reading just the plain language of the statute, is that, yes, they would be safe. But as you and I both know as attorneys, there are always exceptions to the rules, and there's ways that the government can get around it in some regards. So maybe say you become you're part of this group after 6 years, but then Congress called you in to testify and you refuse to testify about this group.
That's within 10 years. Yeah.
Then they can also denaturalize you or not. So that's what I'm saying. They create the rules, but they also put them exceptions into the rules of how to get around it when it's convenient to them.
You're right, because the same law, it says that if it says you're subject to being denaturalized and deported if within the first 5 years of being naturalized you become a member of a subversive group. If you say, well, I became a member of the subversive group 7 years ago, then you're right, because then they say, you know what? Well, we want you to come into Congress and tell us about your involvement. And if you say no, and that happens within the first 10 years, then you're still subject to it. You're absolutely correct. So, but talk to us a little bit about the acts, the bad acts that could get you in trouble as far as denaturalization is concerned. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Like if it's a marriage of convenience, how does that work? And does it go back to, do they take away the naturalization but leave you with the green card, Or do they say, no, we're going all the way back to when you first applied for the green card because that marriage was never good to begin with? How does it work?
So if they determine that it was a marriage of convenience, so they said that, okay, you married this person, it was never a real marriage, you never shared any type of financials together, you never lived together, you never consummate the marriage or anything, and they realize that's a sham marriage, it was only a marriage for convenience, they can denaturalize you, and they also can take away back the green card that was approved to you and put you in removal proceedings because you committed a fraud.
So, so what we're saying to our people is that if you got married, all right, I could just start the things about that. If you pay a woman a money, if you get married, forget a benefit, an immigration benefit, forget your green card, and then you went and they didn't find out during that stage, and then you went and now you apply and you got your citizenship. Now they can go back and revisit that, and if it's determined that, wait a minute, when he got married, it was a sham marriage, and based on the sham marriage, we gave him a green card, and then he used the green card and the 3 year period, or the 5 year, depending on whether they were still together or not, and he applied and got his citizenship. Well, guess what? He never would have gotten the green card if we had found this out in the beginning.
Yes.
So he's not entitled to any immigration benefits, so he has to go home. All right, give me an example then when they would take away the citizenship, but they will leave you with the green card.
But wait, before you go there,
Mm-hmm.
is there any statute on that set scenario, that first scenario that Will presented? So the person has been, they got married 30 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and so now this is coming into play. Do they go back looking at 30 years ago?
They can.
They can.
Mhm,
They can definitely go back, because even, for example, right? So for citizenship, they always supposed to be looking at the first 5 years, the 5 year from the date of you put in the application. But they also can look beyond that 5 years and go backwards. So say you had committed a crime, get arrested, and that was like 10 years ago. They can use that arrest against you to show good moral character, or also use that crime if it's something that was done within what they call aggravated felony. If it was a crime that was committed, but it was mustered up to, it may be a felony in state or a misdemeanor in state, but in immigration, it is considered aggravated felony. That can prevent you from becoming a citizen, even though that crime happened like 10 years ago or 15 years ago.
Shernette, in the chat, I don't know if you can see it, Brand Jamaica is absolutely
No, I can't
correct.
see it.
All
I
right,
can't
Brand
see it.
Jamaica said basically if you bought your marriage, don't tell a soul. Because
Don't
Kevin,
tell
to answer your
nobody.
question, Kevin, and this is how immigration, this is how a lot of times they find out things. You piss off somebody.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they have something they call a poison pen letter, right? Where somebody would just pop a note and say, hey, this person, them get married 30 years ago, and it was an illegal thing in PR. They'll go back.
Right.
They won't
Right.
ignore it. And a lot of times that is how these things come to light. People call and, for whatever reason, they have a dispute with the person. And so Brand Jamaica is saying, if you bought your marriage, don't tell us so.
But that is true. That's true. I'm not encouraging anybody as an attorney. I'm not encouraging anybody to do that. But no, to buy on a paper or buy marriage or nothing like that. Not do that. But in the same way, because even if you do it and even your own family member, because if they know and then you piss them off one day, and the next thing you know, immigration and knock your door, or you go for your interview, no, them ask you about XYZ, and then you're looking at them like, no, I'm gonna know you talk about. But somebody then they're gonna say, well, we got a letter. It could be because I had where in one scenario where this lady got married, the family didn't like her. And when they went for the interview, they had messed up in the interview. And then after they call them to do what you call a stock marriage interview. But before they go for the interview, somebody in the family was talking to somebody else at a bar or somewhere else and said, I'm going to screw her. And they wrote a pen letter And next thing you know, immigration is already making a determination that it's a sham marriage and deny her paperwork
Wow.
because it said it was a sham marriage. So it's like sometimes when you do certain things, you have to kind of like sit on it. If you were breaking the law, you kind of have to sit down on it because you never know who's gonna turn it against you one way or the other down the road. Because I've seen in different situations where people get jealous of other people and then they go after them.
Yes.
Garfield is asking a question. He said, a guy gets arrested but not convicted, but he was not granted citizenship. He was told to refile. Can he be naturalized?
He was arrested but not convicted. So maybe depends on if he was doing it within the 5-year look back period. Because it would be show that a good moral character, even though depends on what he was arrested. Depends on what he was arrested for. Okay, because if he was arrested and he was found not guilty of the charges, then they can't use that against him. But maybe he got a rehabilitation program, because some states have some program. It's basically you didn't plead guilty, but in a sense, it kind of looked not good on your character. So maybe it depends on what he was really charged with and at the point.
Here's a question for you. Client, this is your client, and your client was arrested. Between the time, two scenarios. The client was arrested before he got a green card. And there's a disposition. Person was found guilty. Person pled. What effect will that guilty plea have on the person's application for citizenship?
Well, it depends on what the crime was that he pled guilty on. If it was a real misdemeanor or it doesn't add up to aggravated felony, then it wouldn't do much. It would just show like, okay, he had to show that he rehab his character. So over that 5 or 10 years, he has made these changes in his life that he no longer.
Shernette, where you gone?
Shernette, where?
No, sir.
You can't leave like this. But
no. If you still hear me, my camera just went off on me. That's why.
Okay. We're hearing you. We're hearing you.
Yeah. Sorry, my camera. Technology nowadays.
There she is.
But it all gonna be depends on what the person got charged with. And then sometimes when you got arrested and you got the green card, you may have done a waiver. Maybe do a 601 waiver to pardon, so they pardon you for that whatever inadmissibility at that time before you get the green card. So once you get the green card now and applying for citizenship, they won't necessarily look back on that because you already filed a 601 waiver on that inadmissibility.
All right, here's another one for you.
You're killing me with questions today, right?
No.
I haven't been on for a while. So you're like, I'm gonna give you all.
No. Here's another one for you. The person got a green card. Person is now applying for citizenship. During the citizenship process, it's determined that the place where the applicant said he lived with his wife, he never lived there. And it's also determined that his tax return is bogus. And in fact, the client said the client said to me, he said, "Look, I never lived there. I don't know why the attorney put that." He said, "I never lived there," and said this. So he said that the client is saying, "I never lived there." His wife, who's now his ex-wife, is saying he never lived there. because you don't need a wife to file for your citizenship. It's self-file, right? So
Yeah.
Right.
then he got his tax situation. It said I never filed that tax return. The problem now is immigration is saying, well, we are holding you responsible. So the larger question, the larger question is this, and a caution to everyone. And then I'd like Shernette to comment on it. Is this that whatever information is on that paper, regardless of who told you or who submitted it, it's of no moment when they start to look backwards, because they're going to say that is on you. You are responsible for every piece of information there. So it's no defense to say, well,
That's
the attorney did this, or my aunt, my cousin filled this thing out, or my wife filled this out, and they put that, and it's not true. They're going to say, well, it's on you. Comment on that, please, about information submitted to immigration.
No, that is definitely true. Every information that is submitted to immigration, you are signing, the paper is saying that you're signing on the penalty of perjury, and that everything that is there is the truth, and that you gave the information to the preparer. So everything that they do is going to be there. One thing I always tell people, at the point when you're sitting there, you are responsible for everything. So you better make sure that you read and know all the information that is being provided, because the immigration officer is not going to blame the attorney for what they're looking at, because they're going to say, you're the one I'm asking the question right now. You have to answer the question, not the attorney.
Mm-hmm. And Don says, what if you already got your papers, green card, and someone informed on you that it's bogus marriage? Will card be withdrawn? No, it won't be withdrawn immediately. They're going to do their investigation. It's not done just because somebody told them, because they know too that people do this to get back at other people.
Malicious.
Yeah, they know this. And in fact, there's a charge. They can charge them for that.
Oh yeah, because it's one thing is that immigration will take the information, they will do their own investigation, and then they may bring it back up when you go for citizenship, because that's like I always tell people that citizenship is your one last hoorah for them to look back and see if anything, they missed anything at any point in the whole time. Because, for example, I had a client where he got married, got his green card through marriage. Then he applied for the removal of the 2-year.
The conditional.
After he got his 2-year condition removed and now have his 10-year, it was like maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, he filed for divorce. So when he went for his citizenship, they now questioning, well, was this a valid marriage? So now he had to prove with letters from friends in the community who witnessed different things that was happening in his marriage to show that he did have a bona fide marriage, and that the marriage really broke down after all of this. He got his 10-year and everything else. The wife had, I think the wife had thrown him out or something like that. So he had to prove that it was not a sham marriage, because immigration started to question now, like, okay, your divorce paper was filed. That was 3 months after you got your 10-year.
I keep telling people that if you're applying for citizenship, I need to, which is N400, right? I need to see what you filed for your green card, because they're gonna ask you some of the same questions, and people don't realize this. Even if it's 20 years, they still put up the documentation, and they look to see if you're consistent. And if you're inconsistent, I had one where the guy applied for a B2 visa, a tourist visa, and on the application he said he was married, and I think he said he was married with 3 kids. So he came to the States, he overstayed, he got married to a U.S. citizen, and then when he applied for his green card, he put on it, and he had 2 kids with this lady that he got married, and he put on it that he's married and that he has 2 kids. What he didn't realize is that the visa that he got in Jamaica, they pulled that up and they said, wait a minute. He said he's married in Jamaica with 3 kids because what happened? He was trying to prove that he has stakes in the community, because when you show that you're married, they'll give you because they say, well, he's going to go back. He's not going to stay. So they said, wait a minute, hold on. Did you divorce the first wife? Because on the application form, we ask you how many times you've been married, and you said 1, the lady in America, and you said you have 2 kids. But then on the form that you filled out in Jamaica, you said you have a wife there and you have 3 kids. So you're supposed to have 2 wives and 5 kids. Or if you have 1 wife and 5 kids, we need to see the divorce decree. So people, I'm telling you, and sometimes it's a pain in the ass, because when you ask for it, people think that, you're just, that's what you are. But no, we need to see, as the attorneys, we can't argue for you if we don't know what you've said before. And I can't begin to tell you, Shernette, and I'm sure you've experienced it, where you've gone into an interview and the client told you one thing, then you get in there and then the immigration officer is bringing up all kinds of stuff, and you're going, wait a minute, you didn't tell me this.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've had that on numerous occasions, and a lot of the time it's with my fellow Jamaicans, which is it is funny for me.
We're the best.
We are the best. We are definitely the best. I tell you, because I remember the very first time that happened to me was I'm like, have you ever been deported? Like, no, man, never, never get deported in my life. Never. And I sit there, the immigration officer said, okay, so back in 1978, you were deported. You were held, and you say you have a wife in Florida and all this other stuff. And I'm sitting there like looking shocked, because I'm like, I don't understand what's going on right now. I don't have any defense to anything, because the client told me no. Then I remember with one client where an immigration officer cued me, and he was like, it's very common with Jamaicans where they're coming and they're saying they have common law marriages.
That's another problem.
And they're not understanding that it's a bona fide marriage. And I was like, okay, so every client would come to me now. I started asking, when you went to the interview for your at the embassy, did you ever tell them you were married or common law marriage or anything like that? And I've had like several said nope. And I said, you sure? They're like, no. I said, well, if we go to that interview and the officer is mentioning anything about a common law marriage or listing some common law wife and kids, we're going to have problems, because you guys are lying to me. And if you lie to me, I can't help you. And sure enough, I've had them encounter where the officer asking, like, would they say, who is Sarah? And the person said, I don't know what you're talking about. They said, but it's your common law wife that you guys have a mortgage and a house together. Who is Sarah? Because he's asking the wife, do you know that Sarah? She's like, no. So when he comes in, and because, as the attorneys, we sit in on both interview when they separate them. And I wrote down my little notes of things that they're saying. And when he comes in and asks him who is Sarah, he doesn't know who Sarah is either. So and the officer said, but that's your common law wife with 2 kids and a mortgage. What are you talking? What do you mean you don't know? This is what you put on your application for the embassy. Because he said, no, this is only marriage I've had. He's like, well, you did have a common law marriage right here. And the thing is, people need to understand, common law marriage is a valid marriage in Jamaica. And if it's valid in Jamaica, it's going to be valid here in the U.S.
You know how one of the things, and I'm sure you've done it too, to try and get around that problem is I can't remember the term, but there's a document you can get from the Jamaican government where you ask them, is there a civil registration of a marriage between these 2 people? And they'll come back and they'll say no. And so you make the argument that, look, the client said it's a common law marriage, but it wasn't really a common law marriage. It's a boyfriend-girlfriend thing, and sometimes they'll buy it, sometimes they won't. But you need that thing to show that the government has not registered a civil marriage between these 2. And so he just said it because he wasn't sure what he was talking about, or she said it, she wasn't sure what she's talking about, and then you go for it. But one more thing before you say something, Shernette. One thing I'm going to tell you people out there is this. When you go to an interview with your lawyer, you answer only the question that is asked.
Yes.
Don't try to impress them. Sometimes these officers, they're trained. They'll have what they call a pregnant pause, where they'll ask something and they just sit there and they're looking at you and they wait and then you will answer and they'll just sit there looking at you as if that's not the full answer. If that's your full answer, that's your full answer. You don't feel like you have to bridge the gap.
Mm-hmm.
Let the pregnant pause stay right where it is. Do not go
Fill in the
beyond
blanks.
the question. Yes. Go ahead, Shernette.
No, I do the same thing. I do say the same thing. I always tell a client, if it's a yes, it's a yes. If it's a no, it's a no. Don't yes, but. Don't no, but. Because the moment you put in a but and want to give an explanation to that in that question, you open a hand's nest for them. Because as you said, they do the pregnancy pause and they will sit and they wait and you start to explain in something that they didn't even care to. They're just waiting for you to give them more cues and to send you down a rat hole, because they're going to start now going off of everything that you're saying and asking more questions for you to start twisting yourself up. And then they're going to have you in a place where they want you. Because I always tell people, they don't ask you anything that they don't already know the answer to.
There you go.
And that's the most important thing. Like, they have done their background. They've done everything that they need to done, and they're going to ask you every question that they want an answer to or an explanation to. And if you don't remember, I don't remember. Don't make up an answer, because people always think to say, "Oh, I need to give an answer." No, if you don't remember, I just don't remember.
The ones that I like, and I'm saying this, immigration probably hear this now and say, "Oh, when Rattigan comes in, we have to separate it completely." Because what I do is when I go with my client, I tell them, I just sit right next to me, and I said, "Look, here's what's going to happen. You answer only the questions asked, and if I kick you, it means just shut the hell up."
You do that too.
Yeah, I do.
I do it too. I say, because the most of the time the clients are sitting in front of me and I'm in the seat behind, and when they're talking and I don't really want them, I kind of like hit the chair or I cough or do something just to be able to kind of like stop them from just shut up. Like, don't say that anymore.
I had a client one time and he felt as if he had to impress the officer. And I told both of them before they went in, I said, "Listen, you answer only the question." Unfortunately, I said, when we go in, let's just grab the seats, but sit right next to me, right? And if they want to move you, then that's fine. But once we go in, just grab the seat. Wherever I'm going, just follow me. Fortunate. And, the desk is there, so they can't see underneath the desk.
Yes.
So what happened, this guy, I was kicking the hell out of this guy, man, because he felt like So what happened is that we ended up with a lot of pregnant pauses, because sometimes he's in the middle of saying crap, something he shouldn't be saying, and then when I kicked him, he stopped. So the officer is looking at him like, go on, and he's just sitting there just looking at each other. And then also, folks, keep in mind that what they'll do is, especially with a marriage, I don't really see interviews with parent-child. Really don't, because they can prove that relationship. That's not a sham relationship. But when you get married, especially if you get married, if you're married within the last 5 years or so, you are going to be interviewed. So when they bring you in, they are going to separate you. They're going to interview you one at a time. You have to make sure your story is correct. I've seen so many of those where the wife, they said to the wife, "How did you meet your husband?" She said, "Oh, I met him at a party." Then they said to the husband, "How did you meet your wife?" He said, "Oh, I was traveling, and then I saw a car, and I saw her, and she needed help. She had a flat tire." And then and going to this detailed thing about, and then they're like, "Well, the only thing you can do at that point is withdraw the application. Is just say, we're going to withdraw the application. That's the only thing you can do and walk out."
How many of those have you done, Rattigan? How many withdrawals have you done?
You have to do a lot of withdrawals. Because people don't listen.
Shernette?
They don't listen.
Yes.
Shernette, what about you?
With some of them, I kind of like, sometimes some of the questions is like not about how you met. They always tend to have that good in my clients. It's more sometimes about the different things in the house or the color coordination of certain things. So I always try to play it off and say, well,
Right.
you know, men are colorblind.
Oh,
Or
you jump in.
so you kind of
Let the
like
guy
have
know
to
the counselor. The officer, counselor, please let the client answer the question.
Yeah, and that's sometimes some of what you have to kind of like. Sometimes I kind of like push to interject on certain things. Like if the client answered in a way that I'm like, well, that's not kind of good answer. So I was like, well, you know, that's not what they really. I think that's not what he's really trying. I know he's nervous right now, but this is what he's really trying to say. So I kind of like always try to interject at times, and then especially when it comes to like different things in a home or like the colors or how it's. I was like, you know, women more detailed than men are. So woman is more gonna tell you that the shower curtain is future pink instead of the man gonna say it's pink. Like so, like those different little things I kind of always try to interject to kind of like throw the officer off from focusing on that the husband just gave a wrong completely color from what the wife says. So that's my way of my little tactic at times when the clients are doing certain things. And if the client doesn't feel ready, because what I do, I normally prepare my clients, like do 2 or 3 mock review within our class in my
Come on,
office
man.
and so forth like that.
Mhm.
To get the clients prepared and like, okay, this is where you guys are not completely connected on. And this is what you need to be focused on right now. So I kind of do that. So when we go to the interview, they're somewhat prepared. When they're ready to go off track, I kind of kick the chair like you do, or try to throw something to kind of like pause them up for a moment. So that's how I get over it. Because I haven't really withdrawn much of those things because I kind of like give them
Oh,
like a script in a
what
sense,
I'll
like,
do
okay,
is,
these are what you're
yeah,
making mistake on.
what I'll do sometimes, and a lot of times they won't allow it though, is to say, can we take a break?
Oh yeah,
I'll
they
say my
won't
client
do that.
obviously is nervous. Can we take a break? And then I'll take a break, and then I'll instruct the person and say, listen, you know, you're not doing what we talked about. Another thing is this, folks. If you go to an attorney for immigration matters and you have an interview coming up with you and your wife or just you by yourself, if that lawyer doesn't sit down with you and prep you for that interview,
Don't go.
then what you need to do is you need to ask for an extension and then get another lawyer, because
Yeah.
the preparation is so important. It's so because we know some of the questions that they're going to ask and how they're going to ask the questions. And so you may go inside there thinking you're the smartest guy in the world. They can ask any question I'm going to ask. And believe me, like Shernette says, they know the answer to every question they're going to ask you. And they've looked at every single application you filed. If you filed one 30 years ago and you completely forgot about it, they have it. They've reviewed it. And so you're going to have a problem. So please, 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 whether you go to Shernette, me, or some other lawyer, just make sure that before you go to the interview, they sit you down and they go through the application with you, and then they do role playing. They ask you the question and set you up. So when you go in, it should be a breeze. You shouldn't have any problems. If they don't do that, you might have a problem. And then that's when now we start kick the chair, and then there's a pregnant pause, and you know the officer
Anybody going with that as their attorney, wear shin guards. That's all I have to tell you. There's a question
Go
here,
ahead.
Shernette. Individual has a green card and 7 years with the green card, they get arrested. Judge gives 1 year probation. Case was thrown out after the 1 year. Can that person still get their citizenship?
Yes, they can still apply for citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
So
But everybody can apply, but can they get it?
Because it's, well, you can get it. It's not gonna depends on what, again, it all gonna depends on what was it that he was arrested for, he or she was arrested for. And if the case was thrown out, then that means there is no conviction anymore.
6 ounces of ganja.
Huh?
6 ounces of ganja.
Well, that's going to be dependent upon the immigration officer
The state.
at that moment.
At the state, right?
And the state. It's
And
gonna
the
be
state.
it's gonna be dependent upon the state. Because all right, so say it was ganja, a person got a ganja, and then in, like, for example, in Connecticut, marijuana is no legal. So
Right.
if you have less than 4 ounces, I believe you don't get any record for that. And all those cases, if you were arrested before, it's all wiped off. So now it's pretty much kind of like a pardon. It's clear your record. You still have to disclose it to immigration, but it's not a lot. So they're gonna look at the quantity amount at the same time, and also because it's been dismissed, you have to show that you have good moral character. It was just that one-time arrest and there's nothing else. So it's all gonna be based upon your good moral character at that point because the case has been dismissed.
Okay. Thank you.
In the chat says that
I hope that answers your question, Lawrence.
Listen, Ratty, have any of these clients brought assault charges against you? I guess for the kicking. No.
Yeah.
And sometimes say, oh Lord, Ratty, you stress out anybody about interview next week. No, if it's next week, them still have time. Them can talk to them lawyers. And then somebody else say, well, why do you need prepping if it's the truth? Well, believe me, when you sit down in that chair, it's a completely different thing from where you are right now. And we are near you talk and things like that. I've seen people, legitimate marriages, where they go in and them start chatting a whole bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. You do need prepping, even when it's a valid marriage. Because you would live together, you know everything. But when you're sitting in a seat of nervousness, because now you're sitting in front of somebody who holds whether or not you're going to get a green card, or they're going to, or they can put you in removal proceedings. Because immigration officer at that moment, they also can make recommendation to send you to immigration court if they feel like you are in a sham marriage. So you're sitting there, your fate is in somebody's hand. No matter how much you know, you're going to panic. You're going to start saying foolishness because people, when you get nervous, you start, your brain is going, your heart is racing, everything about you are just a mile a minute, and you're starting talking, you're rambling. And those things you need to learn how to be calm, take deep breaths. Like I always tell my client, don't rush to answer a question. If you don't understand what the person, even when you do understand what the person asks you, just say, ma'am or sir, could you please repeat that for me? Because that gives you a moment to calm your nerve and be able to answer the question. I know my stuff. I know the immigration law. I know, but even as an attorney, sometimes when I go to court, I get in my little nerves sometimes. You get a little nervous at times, but I know what I'm doing. I've prepared my cases, but you have to always calm your nerve at times. So it's not about saying, oh, you're preparing them because they don't know it's not a valid marriage or anything like that. No, you're preparing them to be calm in a tense situation because you're sitting there 30, it's like almost gonna be, it's supposed to be for 30 minutes. So sometimes it can last for an hour, but that's 30 minutes of somebody grilling you about like, what did you have for dinner last night? Who cooked that dinner last night? How did you get here to the interview this morning? Who drive? What kind of car? Where did you park? Like those are some stuff that people may not understand. So you're telling them in the preparation saying like, these are potential questions that could be asked. And if you know it.
What side of the bed you sleep on?
Yeah, that's that question too.
Who wake up first in the morning? Do you have an alarm clock? Where is the alarm clock? Who's is a bed next to a window? Is there a window in your bedroom? Like, they're gonna ask questions that you always say, oh yeah, we know each other, but you may not even focus on the things in your house like that they were asking questions of. So that's the point. That's why we prepare our clients, because immigration officer is kind of creating this, I always call it this fictitious marriage, because no married couple have a perfect marriage. We all fight. We all have issues at times. None of us is perfect. Have a perfect marriage. I can say, yes, I know my husband's favorite color. I can know my husband this, but there's something about my husband I don't remember, but I probably should know.
You should know where that little beauty mark is that sits right above his.
And sometimes they do, and sometimes they can ask you that question too. Does your husband or spouse have a tattoo? Where is the tattoo? And so you kind of have to
Where's the
like.
birthmark that look like Cuba?
So it's like you have to like it's like preparation is helping you. It's just like for any test. You're in school. You know the material, but you have to still go over the information before that exam, before you sit for that exam. And it's the same thing with immigration cases. It's just another exam about your life.
The way I look at it is this. I approach it from the standpoint that the immigration officer is not there to give you an immigration benefit. You have to earn it. So they come in with the perspective that you have to prove your case. Not that we're going to come in, we're going to give it to you. They're not going to give you anything. You have to prove your case. They're not there to give it to you. And so you have to convince them that my marriage is legitimate, or whatever my filing basis is, it's legitimate. You have to prove that to them, to their satisfaction. And I've seen cases where the proof was, to me, the proof was overwhelming, and the officer said, "No, I don't accept it. I don't accept it." And some of these things, you can't appeal. You just have to refile, especially with the B1, B2 visa. You can't appeal those if they turn you down. You just have to.
And
the weirdest part about it is that they don't tell you specifically why they've denied you. They give you some vague statute, some reference to a statute, and you're looking at it, and there are like 12 things there, and you go, "Okay, which one of these did I violate?" You don't know. And I wish they would do that so people could say, "Okay, all right, fine," all right. But they don't. They don't.
They don't want to make your job easy. Why would they do that?
Well, and that keeps us busy too, because then if they tell them they could go do it themselves, but now they come to us and say, "Look, I have a riddle here. How do we solve this? I don't know what's going on." They won't tell me. Maybe you know why. I'll give you an example. I had a client. The client, businessman, traveled from Jamaica. Used to travel from Jamaica to the U.S. frequently. Attended a whole bunch of trade shows, and everything was fine. Went back for the renewal, denied. And I'm trying to figure out, well, why was it denied? Because they don't give you a reason. It's like, I don't know. I've always gone, and I've never overstayed, and I've never worked, and I've all the things that would get you disqualified or get your, have them rescind your visa. Never committed any of those. Come to find out, made some checks, did some things. Come to find out that years ago, the client was living in Canada and overstayed. And what people don't understand is that the Five Eyes countries, they share information. Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the UK, and the US, they share information. Those 5 countries, they have the closest relationship amongst themselves than with anybody else. The other countries, they say they're allies or they're friends, but these 5 countries, they're like this. They shared information. Come to find out that the Canadians wanted to deport him. He took voluntary departure. He went home. And they asked him on the application, "Have you ever gone through any of this process before?" And he said, "No."
Wow.
Information caught up to him, and that's why they denied him. But so that's why you ask people, just go back, think about the things that you've done, think about them, And the thing is, they never told him. They never said, "Oh, it's because you were in Canada, they were going to deport you, blah, 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 blah." Nothing like that came up. They just said, "Sorry, you're not eligible for the visa." So it's important that I tell people, you tell me the lies so that I can package them for you. You don't want to tell immigration the lies yourself. You don't want to do that. Tell me the lies, and then let me work around. Let me try and package it for you. But if the first time I'm hearing this is in their presence,
so you're saying tell you the lie, but don't let you know that it's a lie.
Well, whatever it is that you were planning to tell them, that was going to be a lie. Tell me so that I can work through it. You know what I mean? For example, like if you had just said, "Hey, you know what? Yeah, I was in Canada and I overstayed and blah, 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 blah." Then fine, I can work with that. But if you tell me there is nothing in my past that could cause this, then I'm going to go in there and make that argument. No, I'm going to look foolish.
Right.
No, that's true. Because if you don't know, you're going there making an argument, and they're looking at you like, yeah, right. You didn't your client tell you this, and they're looking like, no. Because when we know, like you said, if you know that he was in Canada, he was took voluntary departure, maybe you could have find a statute or a case that
Right.
could help this case and say, okay, yes, he was in Canada, he got voluntary departure, but this is how his life has changed. This is what he has done in society. This is what he's been doing, and this is what he just only need a visa to come in because he's a businessman. He's just coming and purchase business goods to go back home to continue doing his business. And you could say, okay, maybe this person is eligible for a non-immigrant visa waiver for inadmissibility or something. You could have prepared the case a little bit more better if they had told you ahead of time. But then when you go into an interview and you don't know anything, and you're now have to play defense instead of
Right.
you're already on the offense, you're now on the defense, which clients don't understand. That it's best for us to always be on the offense than on the defense, in my opinion.
Yeah, and somebody asked about a gun charge. Yeah, a gun charge, it doesn't prevent you from getting a green card, doesn't prevent you from getting a citizenship. The thing is, you have to tell them, though. You have to get that disposition letter from the court saying that, yeah, you were charged and here's how it was disposed. You got a fine, you got jail time or whatever. Because the moment you say, no, I've never been arrested, it's over.
That's a lie. Yeah, because
It's
you're
over.
misrepresenting yourself.
So, you just have to come
So
clean.
so I've never been arrested, but I've been in handcuffs. Does that count?
No, because the question is, have you ever been arrested? Have you ever been arrested? Because they know that, look, a lot of times people get arrested, but then the charges are dropped. The charges are dropped, or they go to court and they're found not guilty. They know that. So that's why they ask, have you ever been arrested? They don't, I don't, correct me about this, Shernette. I don't recall them asking if you've ever been detained.
No, they have on the I think it's on the 485. It may be also be on a citizenship where they ask you, have you ever committed a crime that you were never arrested for? Or have you ever been arrested but not charged? So they do ask some of the questions in that variation for you to say. Some people may say no on one, but then yes on the other, and they look like, well, you should have said. It all depends, because you could be arrested but not charged for the other thing, and you could be arrested and charged, but then the case was dismissed.
That's a tricky question, though, because if they said, have you ever committed a crime that you were not arrested for? All of them commit crime when arrested. Well, everybody commit jaywalking. We commit a crime that we've never been arrested for. I mean, it's a violation.
Speeding ticket.
Yeah, I'm sure. So, but so now when you get a question, you have to start thinking, them know something women don't remember. Them know something women don't remember. So you have to be careful how you answer these questions. And that's why you have, like somebody said in the chat, you have to tell the liar the truth so the liar can pretty it up for you. Because if you don't tell the liar, if you say, no, I've never come, then next thing you know, and again, be very careful, because the people closest to you, then will sell you out. Because when I'm asking that question, have you ever committed a crime that you've never been arrested for? Trust me, you have a cousin or an auntie or somebody back there who you cause problem for, and them drop a dime on you, as them said. Them write a letter or something and say, yeah, him did involve in this, but the police them never catch him. and then all of a sudden now, the interview start go in another direction there. And them start asking about an event where you never tell the lawyer about, and the lawyer sit down there now, and I say, what the hell? Why you never tell me about this? And you know the answer. Yeah, that's it. Me never remember that you're going to hear from me. Never remember that. Because they never arrest me.
So somebody.
Yeah, it always I never remember. That's like the most famous one. I don't remember. I never remember that. And it's like, it's not good, because most of the time, and then after the interview's over, then they start to want to explain to you now what happened. And I'm like, you should have told me that before I sit in the interview to learn that information. And then now they're starting to panic, like, oh, what's going to happen now? What was going to do? What can we do? And okay, now I just learned all this information. I have to have time to process it, to figure out what options are there for you. Because had you told me this months ago, we would be able to have a better plan to be able to address this issue. Because even sometimes if something happens, I'm quick to bring it up before the officer acts about it. As long as I know, I'm like, well, oh, we're making a correction to XYZ on the application.
Right.
So by me bringing it up to him, the officer, him or her, the officer, they're seeing that, okay, we're not trying to hide anything. I'm trying to bring it to your attention first and explain. I'm going to explain it out to you right here. So that way, when you go to that question, you don't need to ask about it, because I'm already telling you up front that, hey, we need to make a change. And this is the reason why we're making this change at this moment.
Shernette, here's a question for you. So if you owe the IRS, can you file for citizenship?
And
Yes.
before you answer that, let's tack on another piece of that. Child support.
Yeah.
Yes, you can file for citizenship if you owe the IRS, also for child support. However, you have to show that you are in a payment plan with IRS. So if you owe IRS for maybe 2 years and you never wanted to pay IRS, but you want to apply for citizenship, you're gonna have to be going into a payment plan with IRS and show that you're making payments, and you have to show the signed authorized agreement that you signed with IRS. Along with child support, you can apply for citizenship, but you also have to show that you are paying child support and that you're current with your child support order. So say if you had back child support, but you are making payments now, you're showing proof from the court to say that you are making the payments to get current, or you're paying off whatever is owed in your child support.
How about if you owe child support and you're not working, and you apply for citizenship?
Again, you can apply for it. It's gonna be on the officer discretion to say if you show good moral character. If you're not working, you're gonna have to show why you're not working or why you can't get a job to be able to pay these child support. So say if you're not working but you're on disability, then that could be the proof to show that, okay, you were injured on your job, or you got injured in a way that you're now cannot work, so you're on disability, and that's why you owe child support. But you have to also show that you either can modify your child support, or you're making some type of arrangement to get that paid, because that's showing your good moral character. Because if you're not taking care of your child, it doesn't show good moral character in immigration eyes on you.
Leprechaun asked a question. If you're waiting on your 10-year green card, can you still apply for citizenship after 4 years? Well, Leprechaun, if you're married to a U.S. citizen, after 3 years, you can apply for citizenship. If you're not married to a U.S. citizen, it has to be 5 years. So there's no 4-year period in there. But I get your point. Shernette, if you're waiting on your 10-year green card, can you still apply for citizenship after you qualify?
Yes. I use that as a trick for most of my clients who are waiting for their 10-year green card. So if they're still married to the U.S. citizen spouse and they apply for removing the condition and it's 3 years, I apply for citizenship as well. So what it does when they call you to do the citizenship application, it forces them to make the adjudicate the 751 along with the N400. So immediately you get your 10-year, and then it basically goes right into your citizenship. So that's like my little trick of trying to force your hand, because when you're applying for the removal of the condition to get the full 10-year, nowadays they're giving you a 48 months extension. So I always tell client, why wait for them to give you the 10-year if you want to become a citizen? And now is the time to do it, because what it does is, by the time your citizenship interview comes around, it forces them to do both application at the same time.
Right. All right. There's so much more we can discuss, but let's just wrap it up as far as the rumor going around that President-elect Trump, when he gets into office, is gonna denaturalize citizens and deport them. The answer to that is, well, first of all, there's a program already. The program exists. And I think they said it. They said they're going to turbocharge it or something like that. But that program exists already. And there are only certain conditions under which you can be denaturalized and deported. There are certain conditions under which you can be denaturalized, but you still maintain your green card.
Yes.
So it depends on what they found in your application. If you lie to them about a material fact, it must be a material fact. It can't be like a date of birth. You know, like if you miss the date of birth is off by a day or a month or whatever, something like that. That's not a material fact, right? It has to be something material, like you know, you got married for money, you know, something like that, and you lied about it. Things like that. Then yes, they can, and then they'll go back. So what happens, like with a marriage for convenience? If you married somebody for money and you got a green card and then you filed for citizenship, they can actually go all the way back and say, wait a minute, this is a marriage of convenience and therefore you were never eligible for a green card. So they reject your application for citizenship and then rescind they revoke your green card.
The green card.
Yeah, so you can't get the green card back, because in some instances you have the green card and you apply for citizenship. So they revoke your green card. And now they say, guess what? You're going to be removal. We're going to send you back home. And then you're screwed. For something else, something minor, they will probably not give you the citizenship, but they won't take away your green card. They'll just leave you in a green card status. And as we know, you know, for just about for anything, if you get arrested, they can make it like, you know, an offense that you have to be removed. And the last thing I want to talk about, Shernette, is Shernette and I worked on this case. Actually, she did most of the work. With a client of ours who came from a certain country, was part of an organization, came here, sought asylum, lied during the asylum process.
Yeah.
And when he was out on bond, the person traveled from one coast to another coast, set up shop, and applied again for asylum, receive asylum status. And that person has been living in the United States for more than 20 years in the asylum status. And you know what happened, folks? When he applied more than 20 years ago, they went back and they looked at his activities in that particular country. And they found out that he was a member of an organization, a student organization, that later became a terrorist organization.
Yeah.
And that person is up to this week, me hear from him, Shernette. The person is in limbo, because it's clear to me now, and I'm sure Shernette feels the same way, that he will never get a green card.
Oh, yeah. But he also left on another fact that he also got married and applied for marriage.
Oh, yeah. Right. And didn't tell us.
And didn't tell us about it. And that's what it's saying again. It's about the clients. You got to tell us, kids, when we were working on the case, because he was with another attorney who he got the asylum, then he wanted to do the green card. And he had applied for the green card from 2000 until now, 24 years later, they still have not make a decision to approve that green card. They have tried to deny it on several occasions. We try to argue that he was not, at the time when he was a part of the organization, it was not a terrorist organization. But they're like, nope, we classified it as a terrorist organization. Now it doesn't matter when he did it, as long as he was a member, that's it. And then also on the application, I think he had misrepresented something on the green card application regarding his membership into that organization as well too.
Yeah.
And then after, immigration also was the one who actually let us know about that he had married and filed a marriage petition, because they calling him for an interview for marriage.
I asked
and you're
him,
like, where's the wife?
I said, who is this woman? I said, you never told us that you got married and this lady filed for you. He was like, oh, I'm so sorry.
And that's important of always telling your attorney the truth, because if we don't know, again, we can't help your case the best way. And people are quick to say, oh, this attorney robbed me my money, or this attorney didn't do a good job. But if you lie to the attorney and don't tell the attorney information that is very important to your case, they cannot do a good job. And you put them in a limbo. And then when things doesn't go your
Right.
way, you're giving them bad name. That is not, like, people don't take it, because he, until this day, I don't think he ever took accountability for the things that he did, because he was blaming everybody else other than taking responsibility for what he done.
Here's something else that when I went through the file, I found out immigration actually went back to the school and they were talking to people and they were able to piece his activities during that time period, more than 20 years ago. And they were saying, oh, you met with this guy and they put you in charge of this zone and you did this. And you, I remember he said that
was, yeah, because remember the organization was about 1979 to 1980. So that was like 40 something years ago. They had went real back far. And that's the thing.
And then he said he was kidnapped and they beat the hell out of him. And then he went to and immigration went and they debunked the whole thing. They debunked the whole thing. But the thing is, because here's one thing that they'll do. And they did this to an FBI agent as well. There's an FBI agent who she came to America. She was part of a terrorist organization. She came to America, entered into a marriage of convenience. And I mean, I know this girl. I worked with her. And it came out later that she was affiliated with a terrorist organization. And they denaturalized her. They fired her, but they didn't send her home. They didn't send her back because she would have to go back now and face retribution because of certain things. So in some cases, what they'll do is they'll say, okay, you know what? Yeah, we're going to take away your citizenship. Yeah, you were involved. You're a bad person, but we're not going to send you because we know we're going to send you back to certain death. And because of humanitarian reasons, they won't do that. They won't send you. If they know they're going to send you, if you can make the argument that you can't send, like, for example, if somebody's going to go back to Jamaica and they say, you can't send me back because, because of political reasons, because of sexual reasons, because of religious reasons. I think there are like 6 reasons for asylum, 6 or 7, where if you can claim one of those, they will not send you back because you're saying I'm being persecuted. You can't send me back. So they'll keep you here, but you lied, so they won't give you a green card. So then they'll just monitor you and, you come see us and then we'll try and figure out something for you.
Yeah, no, so, that's definitely, that's what happened, right? Because he claimed for asylum and his country, because of the condition of the country and the political landslide and the fact that the organization that he was a part of, that's why they have not removed him, because he claimed this asylum, even though he lied. They're just saying, okay, you got asylum, okay, but we just won't give you a green card.
Right. And Jeffrey Wright said there are 5 claims to asylum. I think Jeffrey, I think I gave the 6th one. I think there's 6. But that's
because you have political asylum, a particular social group.
Right.
So like if you're homosexual, you can claim asylum based on that. Or
you have religion.
Religion is 1.
And,
so there's 3. Hold on. That's sad that we're sitting here. The attorneys don't know the information.
Yeah, I got the information here. You got race, religion,
political,
nationality, member of a particular social group, and political. I guess sexual orientation might be the 6th one, but it's not formally listed.
There's 6.
No, the sexual orientation is a part of a particular social group.
Yeah, even though you might say 5, I think there's 6 because there's an attorney that I know. He does only asylum cases. He doesn't do anything else. Only asylum cases. And we were talking because there was an asylum case that there's an asylum case I was involved with, and I went to get some advice from him, and he was telling me stay away from that case. because the person was claiming persecution, but then the person went back home. And they're saying, immigration was saying, you can't claim persecution and then turn around and go back to your country where they're persecuting you. And then you come back to the States and you're saying, oh, they were persecuting me from a long time ago. They said, why
Yeah.
didn't you file from the first time you came? So, but that's where we are. So, Shernette, any parting words for us? By the way, you can reach out to Shernette. That's her number, top 203-572-6748. Call her anytime, day or night. They have an answering service if you call on the weekends or whatever. She's very good. I turn to her a lot of times when I have, almost weekly, when I have issues, because you never get the easy cases. You always get the cases with a little wrinkle. And so even when I do the research, I still call and say, hey, Shernette, what do you think about this? And I trust her judgment because she's never given me bad advice. So there we go.
No, thank you for having me on. It's been a very pleasure to be on. And I know with the president-elect coming in and he's talking about mass deportation, one of the things that my office did, basically redeveloped was the shield of immigration shield, right?
Yes.
So as I'm showing it right there, it's just saying that like there are options that are there, which is T visa, VAWA, or asylum, or the SIJ, which is a special juvenile status, and U visa. There are other humanitarian efforts other than marriage that are there for people, but people just need to seek out an attorney and see what option that there are, because sometimes, for example, you could be working at a mom and pop store. You hear no papers, but you're working 60 hours and they're only paying you for 40, and they're controlling how much time you get for break and those things. That can be considered trafficking, for labor trafficking. So there are different options that are out there. But in this time, instead of being in fear of what President-elect Trump is going to do come January of next year, now is the time to get yourself educated, which is important. And get yourself educated, seek out legal option, and start preparing. Now, don't wait until he comes in office to start to prepare. Prepare ahead of time before, so you know what options are there for you. But like I said, it's been a pleasure. I love coming on here because I talk about what I love to talk about, law, and it's always fun to talk with my big friend, as usual. But if anyone have any question, you can contact me in my office, 203-572-6748. And that's our phone number. We are on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok.
Let me just say that somebody just commented. They were saying that they're, the grounds under which you can remain in the United States if they try to deport you. There are lots and lots of grounds. We can't cover them in one show. We just have to take it piecemeal. And the only purpose for this show was to say, hey, if you're a naturalized citizen and people are going around telling you that they're going to do mass deportation, don't worry. Go about your business. Be calm. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen unless you were involved in fraud. You lied to them. You're a member of the military. You're a member of a subversive group. If you're just a working Joe Blow, working Jane Blow, you have nothing to worry about. Just continue living your life. But there are many, many grounds that apart from the citizenship piece, that you can obtain legal status in the States. I mean, if you're a member of a church, if you're an athlete, if you're a researcher, if you're a business person, if you've been abused, that one you see right there, VAWA, the top right, or to the top where it's the TVs, and then you see VAWA, Violence Against Women's Act. That's a whole conversation in and of itself, because a lot of people don't know that the violence doesn't have to be physical violence. It can be verbal, mental, can be anything, right? And for that you can self-file. And if you don't
Yes.
have any money, you can also ask. I don't know if they changed it since they changed the fees, but you could. I know at one point you could ask for a reduction in the fees.
But you know, one other thing right now with the humanitarian cases like VAWA, T visa, U visa, and SIJ, in April 1st of this year, the immigration they waived the filing fees for those applications. So they're making it much more affordable in the sense of you don't need to apply for a waiver for the fee because everything, as long as it's a VAWA, T visa, U visa, and the SIJ, everything is free. All the forms are free. There's no
Oh,
the
that's
only
good.
thing you would pay is the attorney's fee.
Yeah, because what happened with VAWA, I've had cases where they waived only some of the fees, not the entire amount.
Yeah, but now they are waiving everything.
Yeah, and the reason for that, I know the reason for that. The reason for that was because the lady was saying that my client was saying she didn't her husband abused her, and so she had to find a place, and the community got her a place. And then when immigration checked, the rent was like $3,000 a month for an apartment, and you're like, nah, if you can afford this, the community is not paying $3,000 a month for you. For this, you are paying some of this, and they're like, no, we're not going to waive it, but they did waive, some of the fees, but not the entire amount. But folks, we're going to have Shernette on again. But like I'm saying, there's so many avenues for you to establish legal residency in the United States. But you just need to sit down with an attorney who's qualified, who's an expert in this area, like Shernette, and she'll set you straight. You can't call me, but if you call me, chances are if you have a wrinkle to your case and I haven't seen it, I'm going to ask Shernette. So it's not like me don't want the business. You can call me anyway. But Shernette is, if you have a case that is going to be difficult, and believe me, if 6 people call me, 3 of the cases are cases that have some kind of nuance, some wrinkle, something that is like first instance I'm seeing it and I'm like, wow. So now I have to go do research because I'm like not familiar with this. I've never seen this before. So that's where we are. But Shernette, thanks for coming. We enjoy the pleasure of your company and your information and your experience and your personality.
You.
So thanks to you and your family for letting you come out on a Saturday and spend some time with us. Just say the princess come over.
I know, she's coming over. She's like, I want a hug. I'm like, girl, love for a moment.
So, all right. So we'll talk soon. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. All right, folks. That was Shernette. Yeah, Prezi, welcome.
Yes, sir.
All right,
good segment.
Yeah, man. We have 2 things here. You know what? We have a presentation on Dr. Clarke, right? And we said that this is going to be phase 1 because we plan to do like maybe 4 or 5 or 6. I was contacted today by somebody who has done extensive investigation of Dr. Clarke's non-profit activities. And that person is coming on next week. So that's why I have to try and finish up because this piece that I want to do, it dovetails right into it. But before I do that, there's another piece that I have to get to. And we don't have much time because, the big man is here, Kevin, and we have to go support Kevin on the thing. So, Kevin, help me out here. All right. No, we'll leave that one. All right. Let me see something. All right, folks. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about border security. We've been promising this for a while. Border security. Border. Not like border cat, but border. Where you put up your fence and you stop people from coming and you prevent people from going out, if that is the case. And there is something I want, if you get a chance, I don't want to go through it, but if you get a chance.
Kind of like what the US is going to be doing.
Exactly. Here's a document you should take an interest in reading. It's called A New Approach, National Security Policy for Jamaica Towards a Secure and Prosperous Nation. You need to take a look at that document, right? There's a whole bunch of things inside here. A dear friend of ours, he's responsible for this, but it's very comprehensive. It talks about food security, water security, here's a section that you might find interesting: deported persons, right? Let me big it up here. All right, let me start right there. So it's a comprehensive look at issues affecting Jamaica. Not only crime issues, but primarily crime issues. It talks about homicide, corruption, the role of national security, traditional threats, non-traditional threats, public debt, the whole thing. Take a look at this document. That's the title of it. If you get a chance, one of these days we're going to discuss it, right? And then here's a document I'd like. I never want my notes there now. Okay. All right. Here's a document that you really must pay attention to. If you're interested in the security of Jamaica, this is a document that you have to pay interest to. This document came out sometime between 2005, 2007. It came out between PJ, Portia, Bruce Golding, the era, because there were three prime ministers between 2005, 2009. PJ, Portia, and Bruce, right? Now, here's the title of this. Oh my God, Kevin, it disappeared.
Wait, what disappear?
The document me look for a while ago.
You close it?
I don't know.
All right, let me. All right, go on top. I'm looking into this.
Yeah. This document here, folks. This document is a blueprint for the security of Jamaica, right? And I have some sections in it I wanna show you that we've been talking about border security for a long time, and yet still we don't have border security.
Where are you looking at the secure port document?
No, that's the first one, not that one. That's the one I want to save for. It's the one after this one. There's where is it? Hold on, people, bear with me. If you look at history, would it be there? No.
Go. Let's do it another way.
National security policy.
One second. I was looking at something else while you were looking at that.
All right. But this one doesn't, this first document, the one thing that's missing out of this is, and I know Professor Clayton is watching, the thing that's missing out of this document is the border security. It may come under one of these identified areas, but as a section to itself, it's not there. But this other document now.
All right. Let's do this.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, use that?
Yeah. Let me, because people, this is how we fight for dominance over the mouse every week. Let's do this. Actually, not that.
Is it reopen? No.
No. Yes. Right here. Is that document you closed?
No.
All right. While they're looking, let me just say good evening to everybody. Welcome. And just a pleasure being here. Big up everybody in the chat who've been working. Those of you who are saying hi, hello. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you guys so much. Remember, we still expect you guys to help us with the likes. I think we have 562 at the last check, and we certainly want our 561 now. So I need you guys to help us get some more likes and some more shares so that we can beat the algorithm. Loxley, big up yourself. Andrea, how are you? Joe Blogs, big up. Thank you. So please hit the like button and let us know what, just share it, because that's going to help. So I'm looking forward to seeing you guys hit the like. If you have hit the like already, big up yourself. But I do believe not everyone on here has hit the like button yet. So, and somebody was asking, where is the like button? It's the little thumbs up. Just give it a thumbs up. That's pretty much all you have to do. Give it a thumbs up, and that constitutes the like button. Well, you said 793, Andrea? No, that's people watching. We're talking about like. The like button is not who is watching. It's the thumbs up button. So I don't know what else is seeing. So you have to see the thumbs up button. I see it up to 619 now, unless I'm seeing something old. Yeah, 620.
No.
Yeah. All right, you guys figure it out? You ready? All right. Well,
all right. So Rebel, was it one of these that you had that we just opened here?
No.
All right. So go ahead and hit the like button. Yeah, they're working on it. We definitely want to see that. So while Warrell, Jeffrey, big up yourself. Welcome. And cryptocurrency, Bam Baby. What do you want to know about Ratty? Can I ask you to do an interview with my team for a new cryptocurrency that was formed by one of us to alleviate poverty, especially among Black? All right, you can reach out to us after the show and see what we can do. Bams Baby, Bams your mother, Bams Baby, yeah, Bams Baby. I didn't call you Bams, so them call you. So that is good. So please, everybody, just hit the thumbs up, like button. And we're trying to just figure out some technical glitch. But it's a Kevin got change already, so I'm ready, Kevin, you change your shirt, man. I read shirt first man. When the broadcast start. I know something already. You change already.
No, man. Same shirt.
You reach before me, look like.
All right. No, leave it there, so because it's called national security policy. And it's not there. It's not there on the tabs. All
right. I don't know where it disappeared to then.
All right, here we are. We're versatile. We have more things we can talk about. We could go to Minister Nigel Clarke. All right, hold on. Hold on.
Which are the videos?
I see it. This one, yeah.
Giovanni, well, I'm here at the Pembroke Hall Community Center here in St. Andrew Northwestern. Now, the supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party, they're in celebratory mode following today's by-election. They're gathered behind me. But for now, I have the winner of today's by-election for St. Andrew Northwestern, Dr. Nigel Clarke. First of all, Dr. Clarke, the results of the elections, they're out. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling honored that the people of Northwestern St. Andrew have entrusted me with their vote in such an overwhelming way. I'm humbled by it, and I pledge my energies to be dedicated to advancing their interests here in Northwestern St. Andrew.
When I spoke to you earlier today, you were expressing confidence of victory. Now, when you look on the campaign overall, your own assessment of the JLP's campaign?
No, I think that we ran a very good campaign. It was a team effort. Persons from the entire Jamaica Labour Party family came out at the level of local government, at the level of the cabinet, and all functionaries, workers, supporters of the party chipped in. I thought we ran an effective campaign, and that shows in the margin of victory, measured in percentage terms. That I believe the last I heard, we managed to increase the margin over 2016. The last I heard.
One of the things people have noticed in the JLP's campaign as well is that you also had television advertisement. Why was that also important for this by-election?
Well, it's a by-election. There was a very short period of 3 weeks. Both candidates, or certainly I am a first-time candidate. I've never been in representational politics, and it's necessary for the voters to know who they're voting for, not just voting for the Jamaica Labour Party, but who exactly is their candidate. Having said that, the ads were run on social media mostly.
What's next for you?
Well, the people today have elected me as their Member of Parliament, and from here on, as I've said before publicly, I'll devote my energies to advancing their interests. So the intention is to hit the ground running and to address the concerns, the needs and aspirations of the people of St. Andrew Northwestern.
There's been speculation that you could end up in the finance ministry as a minister.
You're correct to label that as speculation. Right now, today, is about the people of St. Andrew Northwestern, the people, and I don't want to start naming the communities, but the people of Big Yard and Aki Walk, of Havendale and Meadowbrook, the people of Kirkland and Leeds Flat, Queensborough and Queensberry, of Jacksontown and Sherlock. It's their time, it's their day today, not time for speculation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clarke. And of course, this has been the mood of Jamaica Labour Party supporters from very early on. In fact, there was tension in at least one polling station right here in northwestern St. Andrew. From very early in the day, there were reports of gunfire close to the Marvelly Primary and Junior High School in St. Andrew Northwestern. We were told that the police saw a wanted man in the area and gave chase. Shots were fired. It's not clear who fired the shots. The police maintained that the incident had nothing to do with the election. Shortly after that incident, however, there was tension just outside the primary school. The police and military spent much of the morning trying to prevent a clash between supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party. The police, in trying to maintain order, blocked a section of the road close to the polling station. That created problems.
I hear the PNP accused that some of their workers were blocked. I just was told that about significant number of our voters turned back because they felt blocked off as well. There was a level of blockage on both sides by the police to try and restore order in the centre.
PNP President Dr. Peter Phillips says when he arrived, he noticed the tension in the area.
We have urged our people to stay within the precincts of their own location here that has been permitted by the security forces, and not to become engaged in any dispute or intense, contentious dialogue with anyone.
In the meantime, supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party continue to insist that Dr. Nigel Clarke is the man for the job.
He's a man of etiquette, and he's a man of love, and he's a person who has been working with the government to make Jamaica a better place.
Well, nobody can say nothing now go on in our constituency for 29 years. Our MP cannot be winning so long for 29 years and nothing not going on. Something must be going on.
Keisha Hale is the candidate representing the People's National Party. Her supporters think it's time for a change in the constituency.
All the persons I've seen in this constituency is a total of what the JLP truly represents: underdevelopment, degradation, right? Non-performance. This lady comes, she not promise nobody not getting a package, nobody not getting nothing, we just work with her. That doesn't really what she come with, it we work with.
Low voter turnout was also a talking point today. Dr. Nigel Clarke says there are different things that could affect voter turnout.
In the general election in 2016, the turnout was 40%, and to some extent that represents an upper limit. By-election on a Monday, people have to take kids to school, have to go to work. It's not surprised, not unexpected.
The former Member of Parliament, Derek Smith, led the constituency for 29 years, so we asked Keisha Hale about her chances in this election.
If the people give me the mandate, I will serve. If they don't give me the mandate, I will serve, because service is what I do.
See there? See there? See there? See there? You know, you listen carefully to what Minister Clarke, then Minister, well, actually, was candidate Clarke, said that he will attend to the needs and the aspirations of his people in his constituency. I want to see how him do it. Let me start by saying I promised to do a segment on Dr. Clarke. Call him Doctor because he's no longer minister. Promised to do a segment on him for a long time, but my intent was overtaken by other pressing stories. He's now here with us in the United States, and we anticipate meeting with him very, very soon. Now, some of you may question the wisdom of spending valuable time on Dr. Clarke since he's resigned from his ministerial position and is now in the United States. My answer is this. Dr. Clarke has left Jamaica, but his legacy, his austere policies, meaning the tightening of the belt, you know, the removal of services for poor people, they did not leave with him. They are still in place and severely affecting Jamaicans, particularly the poor and the disenfranchised. Additionally, the Prime Minister has vowed to continue with these policies, and Minister Favour Williams, Dr. Clarke's successor, will comply with these directives. There's a process called budget call. I'm not sure how many of you know about it. And it's a submission of expenditures for the next fiscal year. And that's where people, you know, the ministers, they submit, you know, their request. And then it goes into the mix over at the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. That process is getting ready to start because, if you recall, the new fiscal year starts when? April 1st of every year. So that thing that they call budget call, it's going on, or it should be starting pretty soon. So the new minister, Minister Favour Williams, she won't have any time to address the policies left in place by Dr. Clarke, even if she wanted to. Not enough time between now and April 1st to dig up them policies and fling them away and give poor people a chance. It's not going to happen. Now, unfortunately, many Jamaicans are undereducated or uneducated when it comes to national financial policies. And guess what? It was intended to be that way. Nothing know. We need to keep on in the dark and we can spend half of the money and do what we want to do. The government cannot allow you to understand what is going on with the country's finances, because if you knew the apathy, the don't care attitude we're seeing now would not exist. If you knew about how money is raised, how money is spent, how money is allocated, and you ask for accountability, it would be a big problem. So that's why the whole process is supposed to be shrouded. You're not supposed to know. So what do? They confuse you with words and phrases that you don't understand, but them sound good. And then you're convinced, because of the beautiful words like a string of pearls, you are convinced that everything that's done by the government is done in your best interests. But as the saying goes, the devil is in the details. Now, it will take several programs for me to do justice to Dr. Clarke, the man, the minister, and his motivations. So we are going to devote a segment every week for the next several weeks. I don't know how long it's going to take, until we have completely exhausted the significant aspects of his being and the long-lasting effect of the policies he created and spearheaded. We will examine his academic, his business, and his political life so that you, our audience, our brothers and sisters, our family, can get a fair understanding of this man's thought process and his motivation that resulted in policies that are sharply focused on numbers, payments, profits, investors, financial institutions, local and international, and their shareholders. Not you. His policies are not focused on you. Not you, the ordinary, the majority, the poor Jamaicans. No, 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 no way. Not you. We're going to show you his background. And then you'll get insight as to how his mind works. And that it's focused on, again, numbers, payments, profits, investors, financial institutions, shareholders, not poor people. Now make we start. Now, Dr. Clarke was born on October 20th, 1971, and was fortunate to be raised in a upper middle class family. His father, Neville Clarke, was a respected judge, and his mother, Mary Clarke, was the head of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Big organization. That's the organization when money and aid and technical assistance, loans, grants, all them come through PIOJ. Now, one of his uncles, Claude Clarke, is a former, get this, no founder don't know this, is a former Minister of Industry under the PNP administration. I've been told by people close to Dr. Clarke that he's from PNP stock. Right? Now, another uncle, Keith Clarke, was an accountant who was killed by the authorities in his home. And that matter was resolved this week. I think 3 JDF members were put on trial for his murder, and they were acquitted just this week. As I said, it has been said that Dr. Clarke came from PNP stock, and some have wondered about his political choice later on in life because he did not display partisanship or an affinity for representational politics. We don't want to fry Dr. Clarke in the fat of the company he kept, even though they were not shy in displaying their political affiliation. The people you hung out with, them wear them politics on them sleeve, but we're not going to fry Dr. Clarke because of that. You know what I'm saying? Show me your company and I'll tell you who you are. We're going to be a little bit more reserved and less judgmental about that. And we're going to talk about him. Some have stated that Dr. Clarke, as far as representational politics is concerned, was a fish out of water. He was comfortable at home with titans of industry and commerce, people in the financial industry, and politicians in a private setting. In contrast, and you saw from the video, he was cold and did not seem to have a connection to the people he was elected to serve. And you've seen, I'm sure you've seen the interviews with this man. You've seen the press conferences, right? Him up yourself and everybody that below him. I want to say below him, I mean below yourself, I mean below him, in foot them, right? And that's just his nature. He never put on, that's just his nature. Indoctrination. So you kind of forget where you come from. Now, I was recently told, last week as a matter of fact, that Dr. Clarke held politics in disdain, even up to his resignation. In some, it appeared that Dr. Clarke was not a political animal. And I believe for him, his stay in politics was unenjoyable, stressful, and largely unsuccessful for the common Jamaican. Let me repeat. His stay in politics, I believe, and I believe that he believes it, it was unenjoyable, stressful, and largely unsuccessful for the common Jamaican. Now, for the people and certain people, titans of industry, commerce, business people, politicians, they were fine with him. In fact, they enjoyed a certain level of success with him being there with the policies. You know, if you own a racehorse, if you're in the racehorse business, you find with Dr. Clarke, because what Dr. Clarke said, no taxes for horses are coming to Jamaica. And remember that. He will eliminate the tax. Things of that nature. So if you have money in Jamaica, you love Dr. Clarke. But guess what? Most of in Jamaica now no money. At least not them kind of money there. We are import horses for go run race. No. Most of we, when if we involve in the sport of kings, as them call it, guess what? I buy a bet. We not buy a horse. We buy a bet. We don't own a horse. All right?
Right.
So his history, when written by the poor and the downtrodden of Jamaica, will be very, very unkind. It now go pretty when poor people write Dr. Clarke's history. Now, Dr. Clarke attended St. Richard's Primary on Red Hills Road, which is just down the road from where I went to school, Meadowbrook. And after
the school I went to?
St. Richard's. You go St. Richard's? Yeah, good school.
Before going to George's, I was at St. Richard's.
Yeah, St. Richard's is a good school, man. I know quite a few people. Bobby, my brethren, name listen to me right now. And I think Donna, Donna listen. Several people went to Meadowbrook. They passed through St. Richard's. Good school.
Yeah,
I don't know against my school still, Balmaji Primary from Waterhouse. We never had the facilities and I will put things on St. Richard's, but we are going with that thing still. No, after St. Richard's, he went to Monroe College in St. Elizabeth, a boarding school. And people would say, why did he go? That's because his father remember I said his father was a judge. His father got transferred to that part of the island. So he went over there. And he was a student who showed a lot of promise. With numbers and things like that. I read somewhere that I think when he was in third form, he started up this little club like where he would collect money and he was very prudent about how money was spent. So some of his friends would come and they would have spent half the money with them get for a week or for the month, they would have spent it off in a short period of time. And he was the man who kind of said, no, we could pool the resources and we'll just do it in such a way so that the money can last for an extended period. He was very resourceful and people looked up to him. He got a scholarship, the Jamaican Independence Scholarship, to attend UA. And he excelled at UA and graduated in 1992 with first-class honors in mathematics and computer science. Bright boy. Additionally, he received an award for obtaining the highest marks in the Faculty of Natural Sciences across all campuses in UA of the university. Trinidad, Barbados, Jamaica, wherever. And he graduated in 1994 from Oxford University with a master's in applied statistics. Subsequently, he received what? The Rhodes Scholarship and earned a PhD in numerical analysis in 1997. So, undoubtedly, President Kevin and the crew, Dr. Clarke is an accomplished student. And he has been hailed by his colleagues and associates as being brilliant. However, Dr. Clarke knows this. Working for the IMF will reveal to him just start, but him know in one of the segments and we'll show him interaction with the IMF. Him interaction with the IMF not just start now, we know, years. But we might realize no that him in the middle now. He might realize his brilliance. Well, we a big up in Jamaica that his brilliance is considered normal in the IMF environment, because he'll be surrounded by people who have accomplished much more academically and professionally than he. But we'll get to that in another segment. We'll talk about IMF piece. But we'll start up now, we'll build the thing and show where him come from. Right? Because a lot of you know where him come from. And if you know where him come from, you will understand why him think the way him think. No, professionally, after I'm graduated, in 1997, I think I said, yeah, then him go work for where? Or for who? Him work for Goldman Sachs. No fun to hear that name there before. A financial house. Him start out working as a derivative trader. And let me explain derivatives. It's a very complex area, but essentially what it is, as far as I'm concerned, this is just Rattigan speaking to you now. As far as I'm concerned, that particular area is legal gambling. That's what I call it. Yeah, hedge your bets. I'll give you an example of some of the things that he would be involved in. Let's say, and they give this example in several places. Let's say you have a company you want to buy, you're going to need oil December. And let's say now it's like March. What you can do is you can contact the supplier and you can execute a contract. Because that's what a derivative basically. It's a contract between people about some underlying asset. And you say, listen, make us say oil or sell now for, just for the sake of the conversation, $10 a barrel, right? You suspect that it's going to go up between February and March, February to March to December, but you need the oil in December. So you go to the oil company and say, listen, I need to buy oil and I need a large quantity, but I want to pay $10 a barrel. And the company say, okay, and them lock you in. So you're going to pay $10. So guess what now? If oil go up to $50 a barrel, guess what? You are getting oil. If you go up to $50 by December, you're getting oil for $10 in December. If oil drop to $2 a barrel, you're still going to get it for $10. So you're losing $8, right? Or if you go up to $50, you gain $40. So to me, I bet you gamble. But a big boys think that. Big people do them things. People with money do them things. And you can do it for just about anything you can think of. In fact, I saw something here where them say people use it to even determine weather. It's just managing your risk. Oh, here it is. Them said derivatives. People use derivatives based on weather data, such as the amount of rain or the number of sunny days in a region. You can't use it for anything. But what you're actually doing, you're managing your risk. That's what you're doing. You're hedging your bet, managing your risk. And this is what Dr. Clarke did for a couple of years at Goldman Sachs. And some people have referred to Goldman Sachs alongside the IMF and the World Bank as antithetical to the development of poor countries because of their draconian investment and lending practices. So them come in and them lend your money, and them lend your money at some terms where them know you can't fulfill them. But then you so stupid that you agree to it. Because in a lot of instances, you're not in a position of strength and you need the money, so you would take it at whatever cost. But sometimes you can't act like you don't need it. Look for alternatives. But you see, if you're involved in a corruption or you just want that money, you don't care where it come from. You sell out your people and take our money. Not saying Dr. Clarke did that. I'm just talking about IMF and how they operate. Some of these financial houses and international lending institutions, how they operate globally, right? Now, Dr. Clarke was there for about 2 years, and he returned to Jamaica in 1999, and he come now with what? A whole heap of information. Whole heap of information. Him come with a PhD and him come with him experience as a derivatives. I remember now, as a derivatives trader, you know, all you care about is the bottom line. You don't care about people who are suffer to make the payment. You just care about your client making money. That's it. So he came to Jamaica and returned to Jamaica in 1999. He became a pivotal member of the private sector, and him start to shine like it a got a style. Him start shine like brilliant sunshine, man. He was involved in major transactions and he secured significant financing for Jamaican businesses from major financial institutions. So all of the big boys, them, him get money for them from overseas. Because remember where I come from, you know, Goldman Sachs. Right? So him know the game player. And everybody want him in them circle. Everybody want him in them circle. So he was involved with several companies, including, but not limited to, Mosan Group. And by the way, Mosan Group is one of the groups that finance Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith's failed bid to become Secretary General of the Commonwealth. And we know this as a fact because the American government released that information to me. Right? Mosan Group was part of the group that paid Fin Partners to do some things for her. Dr. Clarke was also involved with the NCB Financial Group, Red Stripe, Jamaica Broilers, Separate, Epley Limited, the PBS Group, many more businesses. So as you can see, Dr. Clarke ran in influential circles before coming to government. He did not need to enter politics, and it is believed that he was coerced into it by some of his influential friends whom he served. In 2013, the then leader of the opposition appointed 2 members of his party to the upper house of parliament, the Senate. That was the current prime minister. He appointed Ruel Reid and who? Dr. Nigel Clarke to the Senate. This was in 2013. And as you may recall, brothers and sisters, family, that those 2 men were unceremoniously removed in 2015. So they got there in 2013 and they were removed. Why were they removed? Because if you remember, the current prime minister, then lead up the opposition, he had provided Senator Williams and Senator the gentleman here who's in charge of health, Tufton. He gave them unsigned and undated letters. If you remember that, and then them sue, because him get rid of them and bring on Ruel Reid and Dr. Clarke, and them sue, and guess who made the ruling? Guess who made the ruling when them go court? What did I never guess? The man who is now chairman of the Integrity Commission, Justice Panton, the big boss over there. And he made the ruling and said, no man, the 2 of them, Dr. Clarke and Ruel Reid, don't have to go away, don't have to come out of the place, and them 2 men have to be reinstated. And he made the decision. So honestly say, you know, kin teeth, but you know, you need to do that more often still. So them get rid of 2015 now, Dr. Clarke gone. Right? Now when MP Holness and his party came to power in 2016, guess who resurfaced? Dr. Clarke, of course. He was appointed by the Prime Minister to serve as Jamaica's ambassador at large for economic affairs within the office of the Prime Minister. How many of you remember this farce, this bogus idea called the Economic Growth Council? How much of you remember that? It was established in April of 2016 with the much ballyhooed, whole heap of fanfare. Them say 5 and 4. 5% Jamaica go the GDP, 5% in growth in 4 years. That group was led by who? Mr. Michael Leachen. And who was the deputy? Dr. Clarke. Right? Now, someone to clear what we are going to just go through this thing. Okay? We're going to spend a lot of time on Dr. Clarke for the next several weeks, right? So you have Mr. Michael Leach and around this thing, the Prime Minister appoint all of them people and then that are going. Now, that council, the Economic Growth Council, was a monumental failure. You don't know what that means? My people them down in St. Elizabeth and St. Anne, monument, big failure. Not big success, big failure, monumental failure. Here's why. The first year, 2016, the Jamaica grew the economy. Remember, no, them say by the time we get to 4 years, you'll got a 5% growth, right? 5% growth in 4 years, you'll get there. First year, what was the growth? 1.37%. 1.37%. Second year, 2017, what was the growth? 0.99%. I could give them a little credit. Actually, it was 0.997. I could say 1. I could give them 1. Right? Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm doing the math as you go along. So 2.73. I should write it down as you go along.
In 2016, it was 1.37.
Oh, 1.73. 1.37.
1.37. Yeah, so that was it. So the second year now, remember, no, we are trying to get to 1 year, it have to be 5%. Now I forget to 5%. The second year, it was 0.997%.
But we'll call that one.
Give them one. Give them one. Give them one. Hey, you know what? Give them 2. Give them 2. The third year, 2018, you know what it was? 1.89%. Give them 2 now.
Yeah, that's the 2.
All right.
All right.
The fourth year, remember now, 5% in 4 years. So now we reach the 4-year mark. You know how much the economy grew? 0.89%.
1 more percent.
1. So where's the 5 and 4? And we won't talk about 2020 because COVID come in and it wreck everybody.
No, wait. Let's do the math and say 5 in 4 years. So 1.37 plus 1 is 2.37. Plus 2.
No, but
it's 4.37. Plus 1 is 5.37. The man
good. But I'm not saying you add it up. It's supposed to, you see, like you said, in 2017, for example, it was 1%. It's supposed to show 5%. It's not an accumulation over the years. And so them do it. Because if you do that, would have been over 100%. That's if you start out from way back then and come all the way up to now. No, it's like they must say by the time you get the fourth year. The fourth year it's supposed to be 5%. The fourth year it was 0.89%. And the fifth year, we won't talk about the fifth year because it was minus, and that's COVID. So we're not going to blame them for that. But it was minus 9.92. In 2021, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth year, it rebounded. And then it was 4.6%.
So the numbers are now.
All right. So the big area for them now, 2022, you know what the economy grew? 5.22%.
Man, do the work.
Right. It wasn't 4 and 5. Or 5 and 4. It was 5 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It was 5 and 7, not 5 and 4. Then guess what? 2023. Guess
minus what? 3 differential.
No, but guess what? No, 2023. Guess what? No, remember it was 2022. It was 5.2. 2023, 2.2. It fell down 3%.
What happened 2022 to 23?
2023, they might brag and say, hey, we recover and we're better than everybody else in the Caribbean, and we are the better than only in America, and only in this, and only in that, and all kind of foolishness. And see where it is. No, here's what happened now. Dr. Clarke is a numbers man who has been incredibly successful. So this failed economic scheme, this 5 and 4, must have been frightening and depressing at the same time for him. Because him apartheid, him the deputy, Mr. Michael Leach as the sheriff. When last you hear about economic growth council, when last you hear about them? A monumental failure. Now, in January 2017, so that was 2016. in 2017, while he was ambassador at large for economic affairs within the OPM, right? This same Mr. Michael Leachen led a delegation to Israel. We'll talk about that now. January 2017. And that trip, you know who went on that trip? The National Security Advisor. Who was the National Security Advisor? Anthony Anderson. General Anthony Anderson, who later became police commissioner. He was on it. National Security Advisor. Who else was on it? Our good friend Dr. Clarke, as the ambassador at large for economic affairs. So we have somebody going to talk about national security, somebody going to talk about economy. Also on it, we have a man by the name of Mr. Albin Hill, who I believe is a senator now. Now, I lived in Saudi Arabia between 1999 and 2003. And for most of that period, I was in charge of the entire region, from Kuwait down to Yemen. Travel like Itagota style, meet all kinds of people. Now, this Senator Albin Hill lived in Oman, which is within my territorial responsibility. He lived there for at least part of the time that I was in charge of the region. And I've been to Oman several times. And on one occasion, I came to know Mr. Hill, although we have never met. Wanna follow me? I came to know Mr. Hill, although we have never met. Enough said about that. No, in 2017, this group here, what I just mentioned, them traveled to Israel to meet with who? Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu, right? To discuss what? Security, agriculture, water resource management, and diaspora bonds. Now, on this trip, guess what, my people? There was no career diplomat on this trip. How are you going to meet a foreign leader and you have no career diplomat with you from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, including the minister? Including the minister who was and still is the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith. She was not on the trip. How do you do that? How do you let a businessman dictate your schedule with foreign affairs? How? Now, when them reach Israel, remember now when them go for talk about security, agriculture, water resource management, and diaspora bonds. Ask yourself, what have you heard from the government regarding diaspora bonds? What have you heard from that trip? This is what they're going to discuss. What have you heard? I think the answer is going to be nothing. What have you heard about water resource management? We still have a water resource management problem in Jamaica, and we've had it for decades. Them said them ago, this is 2017. And what happened? And the last year we are buy water. The last year we are doing all kind of things. People, some people don't have no water. Some people have to pay how much money for water. We have water in a deliver in a tank where them use cart off sewage. When remember all the incidents last year regarding water. So what did we obtain that was beneficial to us from this meeting in Israel? I think on the guy said nothing. Let's go to agriculture.
Nothing for us. Nothing for us.
Let's go to agriculture. Them say them talk about agriculture.
Fertilizer.
That came from Morocco.
Oh, wrong place.
Yeah. But when I talk to you about agriculture, Jamaica is importing agriculture. We are import our food.
Mm-hmm.
We're importing it, people. We have put farming out of business. We have put farmers out of business. And farming on the backbench. Farming is largely an import thing right now. Scallion, onion, thyme, potato, you name it. How much younger yam we have there? So we don't hear nothing. We don't hear no report saying, hey, you know what, with agriculture, we have been helped by the Israelis, and now we're producing huge yields. We don't have to import anything no more. We have everything going on. So now we could go to security. Now we got to security, people. Now I can tell you this. Let me just share something with you now. I can tell you this, that our Prime Minister was introduced to technology. Our Prime Minister was introduced to technology in Israel. And I can tell him, Sir Rattigan said that. You can't tell him, say me said that. He was introduced to technology. He was introduced to high technology. And it has been said that some of that technology has been deployed in Jamaica. The Prime Minister himself mentioned that they have technology where they can find you. I need all of you, my people, if you have never heard of Pegasus, and I'm not talking about the hotel. I'm not talking about the hotel. There's a technology called Pegasus. Ask the Prime Minister about that. Ask the Minister of National Security about that. Ask them, because guess what happened now? We don't see how the country benefited with diaspora bonds, water resource management, agriculture. But we know that technology was transferred. We know that. And that's why I'm saying to you, it is so important for us to talk to Dr. Clarke. He's here with us now. It is so important for us to go sit down and talk to him, because him know all of them things that will happen. Him know all of them things that people believe me, I won't tell you the things that this technology, spyware, whatever you want to call it, can do. I won't tell you no. And I won't tell you what it's doing in Jamaica.
So my conspiracy theory mind, I don't have it all the time, I just have it right now. Says it's interesting that we got this technology that we were introduced to, and our proximity just happens to be right next door to Cuba and down the road from the US. I'm just saying.
You see, what happened, people, is that, you see, counterintelligence is a hell of a world. I've been in that world. It's a hell of a world. 99.99% of you don't know what's happening. You don't know what's happening. You see, geopolitics is another thing that you have to pay attention to. Geopolitics is something you have to pay attention to. Our Prime Minister him get himself in a big boy game, Him a wear short pants. All them people around him I wear long pants. All of the people him I deal with, them wear long pants. Him a wear short pants with one short socks. Him name now a long socks to cover up him calf. Short socks. Right? Because here's the thing. Think about this. Just think about what I'm telling you now. Prime Minister go Israel, talk about security. Then him come back and him say, hey, we have technology and we can find and we can do this and we can do that. And that is a public secret. Everybody know that. Then you have him in bed with the Chinese. Meanwhile, a main supporter, the US government, sit down there and them have an issue with the Chinese. So there is technology from another country. There is problems over here with the US and there's problems here with the Chinese. Understand the problem? Just I wonder if you see the problem when put Jamaica in. Now there are ways that he can navigate that minefield. But our Prime Minister, he has demonstrated to me in every single way that he doesn't know how to navigate that minefield. And the people around him, they're even worse. They're even worse. So, Claudette, you're right. Him just to know, him get himself in that position and him don't know how to come out of it, how to navigate this thing between the Chinese, the US, Israel, and other nations. Him don't know how to get around it. The first thing is this. You never let a foreign country build your foreign affairs building, because that is where you create and you discuss your policies regarding not only your country but the region and the world. You don't let a foreign country build your sensitive sites. You don't. And that is what happened in Jamaica. Who built the new foreign affairs building down at Little Port Royal Street? The Chinese. And they proudly say so. If you look on the side of the building, you see it. The Chinese gift. So everything, every discussion in that building that you just have to assume is compromised. You just have to assume it's compromised. So if I were working at the US Embassy, number one, I wouldn't be in that building. But if I had to go to that building and talk, I wouldn't have much to say, except if I want to send out misinformation. That's when I would. I said things because I know people are listening. And then you make your plans otherwise. But you don't do that. That is just idiotic. It's just mind-blowing to me that... All right, I'll give you an example. I was in a country one time. And we had to meet... Some of you heard this story before. And I was looking for somebody. Right? And it just so happened that the same time I'm landing, the person I'm looking for left. But I didn't know that. So I know how to go and talk to local authorities. Right? And go to the hotel and freshen up and things like that and talk to them a little bit. And then, the next day we're supposed to have a meeting. And their facility was built by the Chinese. And when we got picked up and said, okay, we are going to meet now to discuss this issue, yeah? We see the man them go up and take a different road. And I said, well, hold on a minute. This is not the direction to go to the building where we are going to go. You know the man them go? We went to an off-site. We went to a building. It was a house. You would have never known, say, them things are going on inside there. But them not having no serious conversation about certain things in the building built by the Chinese. And we go now and we just yamming and just grabby. We come in like harbor shark. We just take everything and we just grab that building here. And we don't know what we grab. It's a huge problem. And the American government, so many times them say, hey, Jamaica, be careful of your relationship with the Chinese. But our Prime Minister believe that him can navigate this thing and him can deal with the Chinese and him can deal with that. But there are ways to go about doing it, but him don't know the ways. Him don't know the ways. So that is what happened over in Israel. And then if you listen to the interview that Mr. Michael Lee Chen gave after, he might talk about business. He might talk about business. And who for business? Is that the Jamaican people's business? But the first move you make that tell me that you're a rank amateur, Mr. Prime Minister, is that you cannot go and meet them kind of people and don't have your diplomats and with you who can brief you about the issues. You can't go with business people. And that is exactly what happened. Went with business people. And you can't, the interviews here with Mr. Michael Lee Chen, who said that he was planning to go back as Bibi Netanyahu was going to set up meetings with them, with Israeli companies and do this and do that. This is 2017. How many joint Israeli Jamaican projects, no say? How many? How many? Well, Jamaica, we in a bad shape. Anyway, in 2018, Dr. Clarke was resurrected from the failed Economic Growth Council and him parachuted into representational politics. And that's the video we played, where them have the by-election in 2018 for former MP and National Security Minister Derek Smith's constituency. So what we're going to do, we're going to leave it right there. So what we do now, we start with Dr. Clarke. I will show his upbringing, show him schooling, early childhood, and St. Richard's, Monroe, UA, Oxford. Then we're going to professional career, derivatives trader, Goldman Sachs, and then come back at Jamaica, and then I run with the big boys, and I'm in every company. By the way, you see in 2016, when the JLP won the election and the Prime Minister, Mr. Holness was appointed as Prime Minister. You know who we meet with the next day? I think it was him first in the office. Go back and look at that. First or second day in an office. You know who we meet with? PSOJ. And who was that? One of the participants at that meeting? Dr. Nigel Clarke. And guesswork this. These are facts. He never meet with the Council of Churches. He never meet with the people in academia. He never meet with in constituency. Never meet with poor people. Never meet with students. He met with PSOJ members. So that gives you a clear idea. Clear indication of what theme priorities are. And remember now, Dr. Nigel Clarke is a numbers man, and his involvement in the private sector was all about making money for his principals. Where's principals? Shareholders, board members. It was never about making money for poor people. Never. This is what happens when you have a brilliant mind that has been indoctrinated for the wrong purpose. He could have used his education and his experience to good use for the Jamaican people. But instead, he only saw the money sign. He was beholden to his shareholders and the people on the board and the owners, his clients. When you go down, go look at Marvel. When you remember get some money for build up the park down at Marvel. Go down at Marvel, go look on the park at the corner of Mullines Road and Washington Boulevard and tell me how the park look. That's a park where we used to walk through, you know. From when we used to go to walk through the park there and go across Jews Land, go across the bridge and go in a Waterhouse. Know the park there very well. And the park wasn't in good condition when we used to walk through it. And it's in worse condition now. And them get money. The money was allocated for that.
It was just a dust bowl.
See there? You know the place. You know the place. Actually, there are two parks. There are two parks right across the street from each other. I think one of them put up a whole bunch of vendors over that side there. And then the other one. You have one, the one in front of Pete's, and you have one on the other side. You used to go over there.
But them used to play ball, the one right beside the post office. They used to play ball there.
All right.
That was Marvel home field.
There you go. You know, so
people used to go up a Q Club and watch them.
There you go. There you go. So what we are going to do, people? We are going to leave Dr. Clarke right now, so because see what we're bringing up to now, you know. We're bringing them from childhood to now when him win the election, the by-election, 2018. Next week, we're going to start now with him speech. Him first speech as minister. And we're going to show you how the man thinks. So he said, nah, think about poor people. And then we're going to bring in a journalist who will come talk about him involvement with the non-profit. And I'm going to show, say, money come in and the election and money gone. Money come in, and when I say money, I'm not talking enough money come in, enough money come in. We don't know where the money come in from, but the money come in, and then right after the election, the money gone. And then you see the same trend, you see the same pattern, you see the same practice in our 2020. So we are going to just leave it right there, so, because we have 8 minutes left, and we just want to wind down here, because, you know, we have to support Kevin thing, you know. And by the way, Kevin, hold on there. See thing here, you know. See thing here. See it, you know, people. Some people them there. See it, you know. On no can't. Whoa.
Easy like Sunday.
Easy like Sunday with the rebel. This Sunday, who we have as our VVP? King Jammy. Right? The real big man. The real top producer. This a man a responsible for so many hits that we don't have finger and foot and can't count the amount of hits. So this will come out of waters from this man. And guess what happened? King Jam is still a tour. I just last week, him come back this week, Monday, from Germany, the Netherlands, and the UK. A successful. Him play all of the music festivals them all over Europe. Rattigan, the whole of them you can't think about. Him play all of them. This are one of Jamaica's most prolific, most successful producers. And me, when we meet,
sound man.
Yeah, and we meet him, he was just jammies. When I first meet him, because my brother Jana used to fix him White Triumph. I used to come down on a shoe road, come get him Triumph fix. I remember tomorrow I'm going to play a song, you know, because me and Jana go at Tubby Street, go get that, come dub from him, because Jana did have a song named Black Liberty. It's not even a era song, it's a road song. I just our little song on our little street that. And we're going to go get some dub from him, and maybe I'm going to play some of the dub them, play some of the tune them what we get from him tomorrow. But we can't afford to miss this, enough people. And if you don't think we're done, we don't know. Right? Next week, we have another big time producer. A man who produced hit after hit after hit after hit after hit after hit. When you hear the tune them, you see producers are not like artists, you know. In a Jamaica at least. With Jammies it's different because of a sound system. Right? So they say Jammies, yeah, him. But yeah, producers in Jamaica we don't own a sound system. I know hear about them, but guess what? Them they behind a lot of the hits. Well, the man who will come next week, him not no sound system. But he don't need no sound system. Never need one and still not need one because him have so many hits where him produce. And so people, you can't miss this tomorrow. You cannot miss this tomorrow. Yeah, Joe Money, I him name King Jammies, man. You can't miss it tomorrow. So you see what I say? I saw we do our thing around here, say, nice and easy, warm and spicy. I saw we do our things around here. So. And like Brendan, I say, hey, them see we, but them don't know we, Them see we, but them don't know we, right? They don't know the circle we are running now, but that's just because we're humble. We're just humble and just keep certain things a certain way. But that's how the thing go. Sam Allen, you can link me up at rattiganwill@gmail.com. rattiganwil@gmail.com. Yeah. But
and Sam, it's reggaeglobalradio.com. Or you can download the app Reggae Global Radio. I don't know to work. You download the app. We encourage you to download the app. But you can go to the website, reggaeglobalradio.com. If you go there right now, you'll see this that is happening right now. You'll see and hear this very broadcast because that's the home of reggae, of Reason with Rattigan. And I'm up next with the Saturday Stew. And then after me, you have Tony Culture. And then here comes Ratty again. You get to relax with the rebel.
When you come for dance, because club music we play. Not dancehall music, no. Club music. You know what I say? You know the songs them too, But so memories. You not just come and that we are going to do. We are providing with memories. I want to go sing, I want to go dance, I want to go take on the vitamins right now. I eat no food because that's what we are going to do tonight. And by the way, Kevin, before you go, let me just say that we don't know how we are going to do this because I get calls from all over the world with people who want to come up on the Sunday show, We don't know how we are going to do it.
It's you, Bridget.
No, we don't know how we are going to do it. We get calls. Last time we get a call, the UK, Jamaica, and right so, and a peer artist up on the line, and they must say, Bridget, I want to come support the thing, More come when you can't get me on. I'm not talk name brand people. I'm not gonna say, well, let me talk to Kevin and figure out what I go on because I don't know. I'm not putting you
It's how he is. It's how he is me.
Let me talk to Kevin. Let me talk to Kevin and make Kevin figure it out because Kevin in charge of them things there still, So, but yeah, so that's the thing there. So we have 3 minutes left. President, what you have to say? We know you're generally late still, but you couldn't help it. But that's how the thing go.
Yeah, definitely. I had a little bit of emergency. I had to work with a client, a little cybersecurity issue. But yeah, that is contained and we are good to go. But yeah, big up everybody and see you tonight. Well, just after this on Reggae Global for the Kevin, I cook the stew. I have him chef at and him apron and you don't know it already. Big things are going. And then tonight, after you're done, you take a little tour. Well, you can't support the other guy, but relax with the rebel and you know it go already. And the vibe is good. And yesterday we pitched. I know we're up against time. Yesterday we pitched another little thing for the South Florida radio market.
Oh, yeah. We never talk about that, no, President.
Yeah,
we never talk about that, Yeah. You don't talk about that.
Yeah.
You know what got now?
Sir.
I'm going to be too busy now if you even get back to my book. Because I never talk about a little thing where President and me and another man talk about coming from another radio show to the music thing at night. When President, sure.
And right after I get off the air, President, we'll link up a boy, So America Fire Up thing.
3 hours. I'll be there. See you soon.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. I know time is against us. We're gonna go to commercial and Reggae Global. So back to you, Will.
All right, good. Hey, Kevin, your final word before you jump on your program.
Huh? People, I'm looking forward to see come hang out with me and stir up the musical stew. And I don't know what condition I'm going to leave you in, but we're going to have some fun as usual. So come with your plate empty, in fact, come with a bowl because we'll pull it up with some music tonight.
We can't take Kevin, Can't take it. Anyway, people, 7:59. Got to go. Kevin Stew is next. And what the gentleman name after you, Kevin?
Tony Culture.
Tony Culture. Yeah, slip me. Tony Culture. Yeah, come support the thing too, you know. And then after Tony Culture, then the Rebel will come on. And then again, please, tomorrow between 2 and 4, King Jam is our special guest. Prezi, talk to you, brother. Everybody, we're out. All right.